Recording in progress.
We are now beginning the open session to hear public comments before closed session. May we have roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Mayor Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin is currently absent, and Councilmember Willis is absent. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is a liability claim, claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC. Item C2 is public employee performance evaluation, title City Attorney. Item C3, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit. IFPTE Local 21, mid-level and Executive Management Units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We currently have one request to address the council. Cordell Hindler.
So, good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. Think about all the hard work that Dave Alshire has done to making sure that the council is in line with the priorities that is being in place. So, when you go into closed session, think of all that hard work that he has done. He would make sure that all the agenda packets are out in a timely fashion, and if you read the staff reports. So that's one. And then also, as I stated last month, think about all the work that these unions have put in. They have worked tirelessly to make Richmond a place for work. So when y'all go into closed session, let those words marinate in. So that's it.
Thank you.
And there
Well-
are no other public speakers.
Since there's no other public speakers, we will retire to closed session. So open session is adjourned. But before I adjourn, let's recognize the fact that Councilmember McLaughlin has finally made it.
Okay.
Good to see you. Okay, we are now closed.
So many things that
You're watching KCRT Television, Channel 28.
May we have silence in the chambers? May we have silence in the chambers? It is now time for I'm sorry, wrong page. It is now time for the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review, and I do have some announcements. We have a correction to item N, like Nancy, 10A. The draft contract, the beginning date should be January 1st, 2025. It's correct on the agenda, but the draft contract says 2024, January 1st, so we corrected that. Also, item 03, I'm sorry, has been withdrawn from the agenda, and that is the Sanctuary City Compliance Exception for Software Applications by LexisNexis. If anyone wants to comment on that item, please submit a speaker's card for open forum. Also, items N7A, that is the intro of an ordinance to amend the monthly salaries for the mayor and city council. N8A, that is a resolution for demand photography services from a pool of certified vendors. And N9A, that is the AB 481 military equipment use annual report. Those items have been requested to be removed from the agenda, from the consent calendar. Where would you like them placed?
N3A is completely taken off.
And
Yes, until,
So N3A is the resolution urging the federal government to support the immediate recognition of the Confederate villages of Lisjan Nation, Muwekma Tribe, and Ohlone Tribe's federal status. That needs some more revisions. So we're removing it from the agenda today, and Councilmember Robinson and Vice Mayor Jimenez will put it on after the revisions are made. I don't know if they know for sure what date it will be coming back, not sure yet.
so it's withdrawn.
So
from the
it's
agenda.
withdrawn,
Okay.
yes. It's-
and then N7A will be heard directly after consent calendar.
Okay.
And what did she say about the,
N3A?
and 9A, is that pulled off altogether? Okay.
So
And then,
And 9A is removed from the agenda altogether?
yes.
Okay.
So N8A and N9A will go to the end of the agenda, or is that,
yeah,
okay.
yes.
O2.
Uh-huh. Yeah, O2 and O3 are removed.
I have
believe-
good news, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pull item O1, because I see the way it is, it's not as effective as it should be. So I'll be working on it and bringing in new item.
All right, thank you. So, new business O1, O2, O3 will be taken off.
And so that leaves 04.
No, leave some. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just still am kind of confused. So if the city clerk could read back what happens to N.9A.
N.9A was removed from the consent calendar and will be placed at the end of the agenda for consideration by the
Okay,
council.
got it now.
Okay. Any other changes?
All right, that's it. A lot of changes.
Yeah.
Our next item is
What happened to N8A?
N8A will be placed at the end of the agenda for consideration by the council.
Thank you.
N8A, N9A,
Thank you.
those two items.
7A right after.
And 7A.
N7A it will be heard after consent calendar.
Right.
That's good.
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. During tonight's closed session, there were no reportable actions, but discussion of item C1 as well as C3. We did not get to the city attorney performance evaluation. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? And I'd like to turn it over, it's new year, to our city clerk. Next slide, please. Actually, KCRT, do you have a slide for the swearing in? Oh, they've made it at the end. So let's go ahead and advance to slide 4. 5. 6. We tried.
Okay, City Clerk Pamela Christian, I'd like to invite everyone to join us for the City of Richmond swearing-in ceremony. It will take place on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. Time is 5 p.m., where it will be at the Richmond City Council chambers here,
6:30 p.m.?
6:30 on here.
5.
Oh, that's wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry, that slide is wrong. 5 o'clock. It is 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
5 p.m.
Take 2.
All right.
in the City Council chambers, and it is to celebrate the newly and re-elected council members, Jamila Brown, District 1, Sue Wilson, District 5, and Claudia Jimenez, District 6. Directly after the swearing-in, we'll have a reception. It'll be held in the Richmond Memorial Auditorium following the swearing-in. Just wanted to make that announcement and invite the public.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, KCRT, take 2, please. Let's go to Holiday Festival recap. So I'd like to thank everyone who participated in Shop with a Cop and city staff. I added that city staff component because lots of us turned out to work with police and fire, to be paired with local youth and provide a memorable shopping experience. I, in particular, was at Target, and it was a great time. I took 2 young ladies shopping, and I had a lot of fun. So if you're interested in participating next year, please give a call to 510-620-6512, and in the city manager's office, we'll be happy to connect you with staff, Michelle Milam and others who help organize this event with our pal and police and fire. We also had the fire and police toy program giveaway that served over 600 families, and they were not just provided with toys and bicycles, but also food, fresh produce, and it was a very joyous occasion. So thank you for everyone who came out, and thank you, police and fire, for gathering all these bikes and putting them together, which is quite a feat. I was very impressed with their bicycle assembly skills. Also, the Coronado Neighborhood Council hosted a luncheon, and it was a great holiday celebration, and want to thank everyone who participated, and also want to thank the City Council and everyone who was able to have some additional time off during the holidays. I understand it was well appreciated by staff, and so want to thank the City Council for that break that was provided to city staff. Next flag. Holiday tree recycling. This is a hot topic every year. Please know that you can recycle your tree. If you have any questions about how to recycle your tree, you can call Samantha Carr in the city manager's office. She's our environmental czar, and is abreast on all things recycling. You can reach her at 510-620-6512, and she will tell you how you can curbside recycle, on-call bulky pickup, or you can do self-haul, or if you'd like to make some sort of donation. All of these things we can help and coordinate, so that way our abatement team doesn't have to pick up the trees throughout the city. However, if you do see a tree throughout the city, feel free to give us a call, and we will have abatement assist us in picking it up. Next slide. One of my favorite holidays of the year, it's MLK Day of Service. I'm really excited that the City of Richmond will continuing to partner with the Watershed Project, Urban Tilth, and community partners at Unity Park, Community Plaza to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Please come out and participate in planting, weeding, mulching, and trash pickup to help beautify the Greenway. You can enjoy educational workshops, live performances, and engage in activities. Free lunch will be provided, and if you would be so kind as to scan the QR code, that helps ensure that the proper number of T-shirts and food are available for everyone who would like to participate. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to Sharon for the HR report. Thank you.
KCRT, can you please bring up the slides? Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. I would like to share with you our December 2024 hires. Next slide. Ivan Heredia Sanchez, groundskeeper. Nora Shurashinejad, planning technician 1, excuse me. Roman Shaw, police officer trainee. Neil Conway, police officer trainee. Maria Sato Castro, office aide. Saif Ali, police officer. Mandeep Clare, police officer. Kaylin Frazier, neighborhood change agent. Anthony Mason, neighborhood change agent. Michael Van Hook, neighborhood change agent. Adrian Trujillo, maintenance A2. Christopher Velata, administrative student intern. Dante Angel Miguel, administrative student intern. And we have some promotions this month, or in December. Anna Crespin, senior administrative analyst, Public Works. Joseph Munoz, assistant deputy director of Public Works in Public Works. Maria Soco Montore, senior administrative analyst, community development. Stephanie Munoz, police officer, police. Henry Jean-Philippe, police officer, police. Mauricio Garcia, police officer, police. Brandon Great, police officer, police. Adam Gonzalez, police officer, police. Clarence Johnson, chief electrician, Public Works. And thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is open forum. This is an opportunity to give public comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You'll be limited to 2 minutes per person. If there's anyone online that wishes to address the council at this time, please raise your hand. We ask that you keep your comments respectful. And just as a reminder, the following items have been removed from the consent calendar. Item N7A, that is an intro to ordinance amending salaries for the mayor and city council. N8A, a resol on the demand photography services from a pool of certified vendors. N9A, this AB 481, military equipment use annual report. And item N3A, and that is a resolution urging the federal government to support, to support the immediate recognition of the Confederate villages of the Louisiana Nation Mawikma tribe, and Ohlone tribes, federal status. Okay, we have 13 speakers in person. We'll call the in-person speakers, and then we'll move to the online speakers. First group of speakers will be Cornell Hindler, Don Gosney, Michelle Hayes, Gail McLaughlin, Renee Gutierrez Garcia, Sally Hindman, and and Deanne Pierce. And then I'll call the following speakers, the remaining speakers, after we finish this group. So Cordell?
So, Happy New Year, Mayor Martinez, Council. One of the things that I've noticed, going back from June of 2024, is when we had the Raftellus presenter talk to us about the workforce analysis. And one of the slides that I've noticed is like economic development. Why? Because it has been a passion, because we try to make Richmond a place for people to work, shop, and explore the sites. Because from what I saw in the presentation, it was like there was something about the port, but once again, we need more revenue in order to support our port. So that's one item. And then the second item is like, as I brought up last time, it's about representation. If we attend a conference, and the mayor was excused at the time, and you're forgiven, so, but I went to the mayor's conference in San Pablo, and I had a wonderful time. And it was nice to see people that I have not seen in quite some time. So we need to start building on relationships. So we want 2025 to get off to a good start. So that's that. And then finally, I'm putting in as a future agenda request to have the standing committees being reinstated, because right now it's almost budget time. So we need to get these committees reinstated. So I'm asking that if it can be put on the agenda for next month. So with that, Don Gosney, it's all yours.
Don Gosney?
Thank you. You know, over the years, our elected officials have established protocols to limit the public's opportunities to speak, to express their thoughts to their elected officials and the public. For instance, our school board had a public comment policy where the public was forced to combine their comments on all of the agenda items and voice them at the beginning of the meeting. The public was limited to just 2 minutes, and they had to speak on items when the presentations on those items might not be for 4 or 5 hours. Here at the council, we used to have wannabe council candidates and rabble-rousers who would pull every item off the consent calendar so they would have FaceTime in front of the public and the TV audience. You know who I mean. Many of these were your friends and others were not as friendly. The current council policy requires speakers to speak with the sponsors of a consent calendar item to respond to questions before it can be pulled. The problem that we, the public, runs into is that many of the staffers are unavailable when called. When I called this morning, 2 out of the 3 calls went to voicemail. Eventually was able to speak with them all. And as I've mentioned numerous times in the past, being able to get a hold of our elected officials can be very difficult, especially if you're not a member of their fan club. With both of these agenda items, I had no questions. The agenda process was cut and dried. Nonetheless, I wanted to be able to go on record in front of the council, the public, and the media with my concerns about the issues at hand. If we go strictly by the rules, the council forbids the public from pulling a consent item simply to speak about the item, either pro or con. Is this really the kind of transparency that the council wants to be known for? The abuse of the system created this policy, but for many of us, the implementation of this policy is so strict, and the inability to actually speak with the sponsors is a form of abuse against the public that our elected representatives and staff use to avoid actually speaking with the public, hearing their thoughts, and even answering their questions. That's about the issues that come before the council. As long as we're speaking about abuses, if we fill out a speaker slip and it's received after the item is called, we're out of luck and our voices are silenced. But if we then go in the lobby and call into the Zoom number, we can speak. This is a widely known and widely used workaround. For the record, do any of you really know
Your time has expired.
to know their thoughts about the words would be silenced?
Michelle Hayes?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here today.
Pull the mic down, sir.
I'm here this evening to give an thank you and a praise to one of our members that helped the Commission on Aging, and that is Kimberlyn Carson Thrower. Now, I gave this to her in October, and it says, Kimberlyn Carson Thrower, on behalf of the Commission on Aging, we thank you and appreciate you for doing above and beyond the call of your job. We honor you for your patience, caring, and all you do for us. And also, I want to add that the auditorium staff has been just wonderful. Whenever we need them, they're always there, and no complaints. Everything is done with excellence. And I think that's about it for now, but we need to honor those, you know, when we can. So that's all I want to add to it, and thank you very much.
So I signed up as well because I also want to give some kudos to Kimberlyn. I was the council liaison to the Commission on Aging, and Kimberlyn does a great job. I mean, the commission does a great job, but Kimberlyn also carries out the directive of the commission in such an exemplary way. They have so many wonderful events throughout the year, and they plan them through their commission meetings, but then it's Kimberlyn who puts out the publicity and, makes sure the booking is there for the auditorium or whatever venue they're using, and makes sure that, any kind of ticketing is arranged. So she is just amazing. I know she said she'll be watching this on Zoom. So Kimberlyn, thank you. I know Michelle already talked about having given her a certificate already, and I know the commission so appreciates you. So I'm lending my voice along with the commission's voice to thank Kimberlyn. And and I know she'll keep doing a great job. So thank you.
Renee Gutierrez Garcia, followed by Sally Heineman.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council. I am Renee Gutierrez, and I am one of the youth organizers of Tiny Village Spirit. I have been a lifelong resident of Richmond for 18 years, and I am simply speaking on behalf of Tiny Village Spirit as a symbol to represent the empowerment this organization holds amongst the youth of Richmond. And it has been a wonderful project to be a part of, and I simply thank you for the support you have been giving to us throughout the project.
Sally Heineman, followed by Deanne Pern.
Hi, Council and Mayor Martinez. It's great to be here tonight. Thank you for letting us speak. I'm Sally Heineman from Tiny Village Spirit, and wanted to speak on behalf of our organization about the importance of funding for the Richmond Tiny House Village tonight. We have been working on this project now in Richmond for 2 years, and were invited to participate in trying to organize the first tiny house village by organizations that have been trying to do that here even for as long as since 2016. So we've been working with the community hand in hand since March of 2023, and over 500 community members have already been involved in organizing, really coming together to do this project, to create this first tiny house village for the community here in Richmond. And GRIP is involved. We have 6 different community partners who have just been awesome. So and our youth went to 5 different neighborhood councils to receive the full support for the project. And then, of course, you guys unanimously supported this project on September 12th of 2023. Our building permit, our steering committee that meets on a weekly basis has received the building permit for the project on October 30th. We've raised over $400,000 for the project so far. And there are over 38 organizations, including congregations, businesses, community organizations, and schools involved already. So we're asking for your support tonight on consent for this project, and again, with funding from the unhoused intervention funds, and we hope very much that you will vote to support those funds. Thank you so much. And I just want to say, Gail McLaughlin, working with Gail McLaughlin has been one of the honors of my life.
Your time has expired, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deanne Pern, followed by Mark Wasberg, David Sharples, Dara Carl, O'Neill Fernandez, Dennis Perez, Patricia Perez, and Rick Perez.
Good evening, Council. My name is Deanne Perrin. I am the CEO of Hope Solutions, formerly known as Contra Costa Interfaith Housing. I'm really here to just say thank you for your vision and your leadership and offer full support for the Tiny Village Spirit project that Sally just described. Hope Solutions is a long-standing organization in the community. We've been providing housing and services to the most vulnerable residents of Contra Costa County for over 25 years. Last year, we served over 3,800 folks, and we serve all kinds. I'm especially proud of our work with the homeless youth in our county, and we just broke ground on our first cottage community in Walnut Creek, which is 6 permanent housing structures on faith-owned land for homeless seniors in our community. We are just delighted to be part of this project. We're honored. We're really looking forward to bringing important case management, property management, mental health, education, employment, and a lot of love to the young people living in these villages. So thank you for your support. I'm speaking in support of item N3B, and we're just really grateful for the partnership.
Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg, followed by David Sharples.
For any mayor, police chief, or governor thinks you're going to hide criminals from the federal government, you are a rude awakening. Even the border czar says that he will prosecute you people. Aiding and abetting criminals from the federal government is a felony. And he has no problem in prosecuting you people, because this is what's going to happen. Under the Trump administration, there is no sanctuary cities, because the government has every right to enforce constitutional federal law. And if you think you're going to be stupid, like that mayor in Chicago, to have his police force go after ICE or the federal government, Trump will send in his army and he'll make sure he'll get the job done. So you people got 20 more days to figure out what you want to do. Because I guarantee you, it's going to happen. Because Trump ain't messing around. That damn pedophile bastard Joe Biden has let tons of criminals pour into our country, killing American citizens. And we all know what McLaughlin did to Chris Magnus, telling him not to deal with ICE. We all remember that. And Magnus got ticked off and walked out of the room. So don't get any stupid ideas, Aguado, if you think you're going to intimidate the police chief by saying don't cooperate with ICE. Because if you do, I guarantee you will be prosecuted, and the police chief will be prosecuted too. So just go ahead and obey your constitutional laws that you took a note to, and just let the federal government do what they had to do. Because go back and do your history in Little Rock, Arkansas, 1957, when they stopped black people from going to school, and Eisenhower sent in the 101st Airborne to take care of the matter, and believe you me, they took care of it. So you think twice what you're going to do.
David Sharples, followed by Dara Carl.
Hello, Mayor and members of the Richmond City Council. My name's David Sharples of the community group ACE, and I wanted to thank you and city staff for passing the update to the rental inspection ordinance. It's important that rental units get inspected regularly in the city of Richmond to make sure no tenant is living in uninhabitable conditions. We have tenants who have had major leaks in their roofs during rainstorms, mold that impacted their breathing, and infestations. Tenants are expected to pay their rent, and it's not unreasonable for a tenant to expect habitable living conditions. Thank you very much for taking this important step forward.
Dara Carl, followed by O'Neill Fernandez.
Good evening, City Council. I am Dara, and Daniel is my dad. I have been involved in homeless work since 2018, when the encampment at Grip was getting big. I helped with the trash cleanup. SOS knew then that making villages was an important next step. That was 6 years ago. Making villages was Making villages safe, street level, and dignified is the best way to make a village. They need to be in neighborhoods across Richmond. You may wonder, why are villages so important? Villages are a place where people can be welcomed and not have to be concerned because it's safe. Another reason why is because no one wants to be alone. Living in an encampment by yourself is very different than living in a community with people you know and trust. Creating an environment with resources close by are also important, and all the basics like showers and bathrooms can be shared. I'm going to talk about what it means for villages to be safe, street level, and dignified. You don't want people to have to hold their head down because they might have a different past. We want people to feel the same because we're all human, just writing different stories. Street level means that people can call their village their home. They have privacy and community and also safety. Now, what does safety mean? Living in an encampment is not safe. Living in a village with locked doors and a community so that they can look out for each other is safe. Villages are important, and it's time for the city to build them. Thank you.
O'Neill Fernandez, followed by Dennis Perez.
Happy New Year's. I'm O'Neill Fernandez. I'm the Director of Wellness and Programs. One, I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that because that was amazing. But I'm here to support the Tiny's Village Spirit. Sorry, I said it wrong. But we're one of the 6 partners that have been supporting them for the last 2 years in this in the progress, and we're going to continue doing that. And we think it's all of our job to support innovative ways of helping the community, from the unhoused, from the youth. I mean, it's really, as a community, we have to come up with ways to satisfy some of the issues that we see, not just in Richmond, all over the world, and so I'm gonna keep it short, but I want to make sure we're supporting these innovative ways of helping the unhoused community.
Our next speaker is Dennis Perez, followed by Patricia Perez.
Hello, my name is Denis Van Perez Bravo. I'm a longtime Richmond resident, a youth organizer here in Richmond, California. And I organize youth at Richmond PAL, or how I like to see it is the Richmond People's Activities League. We strongly believe in this project that most people are talking about right now, which is the Tiny Village Homes. We believe in this because it directly serves the young people that we work with. Some of them, we see them living in conditions that they shouldn't be living in, and we need direct solutions. So this is a direct solution. And so that's why I've been helping out, and a lot of agencies have been helping out. And so somebody has to do it, right? So that's what people are doing, and we urge you to approve this. Unhoused intervention funds going to support the Richmond Tiny House Village. And since I'm up here already, I also want to talk about the sanctuary city exemption. I've been dealing with Asperg since I was in college, in Contra Costa College, and being threats of being deported by him, I've heard many, many, many times, right? But where am I? I'm still here, but exactly. But just having these discussions, it opens up these acts, right? So it's not if you approve it or not. It's why are you allowing it to come here? Because you're allowing, yeah. But that's my time. I really want to keep it short. That's who I am, and I hope that you're able to not just approve or not approve. You know what I mean? Do something about that culture, right? Especially here. I mean, I've been coming here for a while, and many times I had to come across that, right? Aisle to aisle, eye to eye. And so I think something needs to happen. Freedom of speech is here, but there's also abusing, right? So.
Amen. Our next speaker is Patricia Perez. Is Patricia Perez? Oh, yeah.
All of Petey's family are pleased by the acknowledgement that Petey Perez did exist in the city of Richmond with the renaming of the section of formerly Spring Street south of Cutting Boulevard to Petey Perez Avenue, which was approved by Mayor Eduardo Martinez and the city attorney and passed and adopted unanimously by all council members. And it became official October 2024. We hope that Richmond police officers, whenever they see Petey Perez Avenue, they will keep in mind that killing is forever. And unless their lives or others' lives are threatened because someone has a gun or a knife which that person is about to use, non-lethal means to subdue must be applied rather than shooting a suspect to death. Petey was a non-violent young man who had zero weapon, and he was never a threat to Officer Wallace Jensen or anyone's safety. This Richmond officer killed Petey for no reason, then lied, slandered Petey's name because death was not enough, and they all tried to cover it up. Now Petey's mother is struggling to live. The brain tumors diagnosed March 2023 have rendered her in need of total care, and we hope and pray that Julie will be healed 100% in due time. Rick could not be here because she cannot be left alone. Thank you.
Okay. We have Rick Perez as a speaker, but if he's not here, if there's any other speakers that would like to address the council, if you're joining us online, please raise your hand. We only have one hand raised at the moment for online speakers. So we'll move to the online speakers.
Okay, I have Richie Cook. Richie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Richie Cook.
Yeah, I didn't know I had my hand raised, but I just wanted to thank everyone for being involved in city government and doing their best. I've been very impressed by the complete lack of aggressiveness, yelling, and disorder that used to happen at city council meetings. The decorum is just wonderful to watch. And I just wanted to thank all of you for your public service.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Right. Our next item is approval of the consent calendar, and this vote will not include items N7A, N8A, N9A, and N3A.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is item N7A, and that is to introduce an ordinance, first reading, amending the monthly salary for the city council members, and introduce an ordinance, first reading, amending the monthly salary for the mayor. We have just a couple of speakers for this item.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. What you have before you tonight is an item to introduce an ordinance, first reading, amending the monthly salary for the city council members, and introduce an ordinance, first reading, amending the monthly salary for the mayor. And the staff report, if you have a copy of the staff report, if not, on the second page, there is a chart following Senate Bill number 329, using 5% per year over 16 years. That's an 80% increase. You can see that the mayor's current salary is $3,875, going to $6,975. City council members $1,402.50 currently, going to $2,524.50 monthly. I will now turn it over to council for discussion.
Thank you. Are there any, actually, we'll go to public speakers first.
We have 2 in-person public speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on item N7A, please raise your hand at this time. The in-person speakers are Ella Stevens and Don Gosney. Elsa Stevens, sorry.
Hi, my name is Elsa Stevens. I live in Richmond. I'll speak about Melvin Willis and Gail McLaughlin next meeting. I want to share some personal observations, just a few on each one of you. I think you all deserve a raise. Mayor Martinez, I witnessed firsthand as council member Martinez was denied. I'm sorry.
People in the back are just going on and I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, the people who are speaking, can you take your conversation outside of the chambers?
You want to start over?
Okay, can her time start over?
Thank you. As I was saying, I remember you as council member being denied visits with your sanctuary city constituents at the county jail. They had been picked off the street by county sheriff staff for not showing papers. Heads eventually rolled, a lot of heads rolled. Councilmember Robinson's urban tilth feeds more than 500 families, at least 200 for free. Robinson forces developers who design affordable communities to listen to their intended communities before they are awarded contracts. Councilmember Zepeda champions the aged and disabled at Heritage Park at Hilltop. He also replaces street donuts with roundabouts. Councilmember Bana, there is no better friend to the police and fire departments. Councilmember Dr. Brown, as a promising new face, we expect great things from her. Councilmember Sue Williams is the smartest person on the dais. I have seen her in person working hard for working families. Behold, a labor hero in the flesh. If nobody else gets a raise, Councilmember Jimenez should get one. Her work on budgetary issues has saved the city of Richmond millions of dollars already. Thanks to Richmond's many progressive organizations, the city now has the budget to do more than it ever has before. Let's pay these people to get it done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Don Gosney.
You know, I've been a member of the largest and most powerful building trades union west of Chicago for 54 years, and most of those years I've been a person of importance. Some of my duties included negotiating contracts for my members. As you might imagine, working conditions were important, but wages and benefits are more important. At every single contract negotiation where financial compensation was on the table, we always had to defend ourselves when asked why we were deserving of a wage increase. And here we come to these negotiations, except there isn't any real negotiating going on here. What we have are the employees saying they want an 80% pay increase, and then they get to vote on whether to award themselves that wage increase. Outside of elected officials, in what world does this make sense? I love the comparables table included in the agenda packet. With the exception of Berkeley, which has turned their council positions into full-time jobs, almost all the cities of comparable size are paid a similar wage to what this council is being paid now. Several of the cities, Fairfield, Santa Rosa, and Vacaville, actually pay about half of what we pay. Santa Rosa actually has 55% more people than we have, and is still paying half as much. But let's get back to that question about what you all have done to qualify for a higher wage. As I've mentioned many times in the past, getting our elected representatives to respond to emails, texts, phone messages, and even letters is next to impossible. As an elected representative, shouldn't it be a high priority for you to actually speak with the people you're supposed to represent? I says, how can you claim to speak for the people when you rarely speak with the people? I was at a public meeting about 15 months back and heard an interesting presentation on traffic calming techniques. I sent several emails to that council member asking for more information so I could write a story about it. Guess what? I'm still waiting. About 7 months back, I was at a community meeting where one of you was a featured speaker. I spoke of the difficulties in opening up lines of communication with our elected representatives and asked what might be done to alleviate this ongoing problem. The response was, if we paid you more money, then you might pick up the phone. You can imagine the shock with that response. I suspect it was flippant and in jest, but at the same time, I suspect there was some sincerity to it too. I'm sorry, but I'm just not seeing anything that would justify an 80% pay increase.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
Okay, I have two speakers. I have Debbie and Terry Hint. Debbie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, this is Debbie Bayer. You know, I put myself on the speakers list because I knew this would be a controversial item. I'm surprised there weren't more speakers to speak to this. And I've been thinking about this, and in some parts I agree with Don Gosney, because when I saw that on the agenda that you were proposing an 80% increase, I thought, my eyebrows rose, because I thought, wow, 80%, that's a huge increase. You know, I don't know anybody who's ever gotten an 80% increase unless they were, you know, a CEO that was paying themselves. And, but then I thought, okay, the real question is, are you working full-time or part-time? So, and what do the people want you to work, full-time or part-time? If this is a full-time job, the salaries that are being proposed are not out of line. If this is a part-time job, they probably are. And depending on how people feel, I think that there should be some steps in between no raise and an 80% raise. I think everyone deserves a raise. And but I would like there to be some discussion of how many hours, how much of your life should you be dedicating yourselves to these jobs, either as a mayor or as a council person, and what's needed. And that should be part of the calculation. So thank you. And I say this with all respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Terry Hint. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terry Hinty, Richmond resident. I'm calling in opposition to this item. This proposal first emerged last year and seemed to disappear after public blowback. Now it's conveniently returned after the election, tucked into the consent calendar until it was pulled, so it can pass in the dead of night with no public discussion. Further, we've been hearing proposals about the council shrinking its workload by taking 2 months of summer vacation instead of the current 1, and by reducing the number of council meetings from 3 a month to 2. Giving yourself a hefty raise while doing less work? Read the room. How many Richmond residents have the luxuries you are claiming for yourselves? All this while fresh off the plane from your Cuba junket. Looks like you all are living high on the hog, courtesy of Richmond taxpayers. We are noticing. I yield my time.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Okay, thank you. I think I want to start off by explaining to people that these jobs are actually 24/7 jobs. It's really difficult to say how many hours I put in. If you ask people who work here, they will tell you that I'm in here every single day. And sometimes I'm here at night, like tonight. In fact, a lot of us end up staying here till past midnight. And it takes time to prepare to be able to sit here and stay till midnight. And the reason we stay here till midnight is because we do our homework and we have a lot of questions to ask. We took a 2-month vacation, but on that 2-month vacation, we did negotiations. We got the city $550 million during that period. We negotiated Point Bellotti during that time. So if you want to call a vacation, you know, consider the council and the mayor's jobs as working vacations, because we worked during that time. I was in here during the Christmas holidays, and I will tell you that the city was here working. When I came in, I saw the finance department, I saw human resources, I saw IT. They were all here, and then there's people working remotely. So this is not an easy job, and because of the work that this council has done, we are in better shape now than we ever were. We have over $148 million in grants, and we have the 98 boards and commissions that we have to see over. So divide 98 by 7 and consider how many commissions we have to be liaisons for. So it's not an easy job, and it's not an easy job. It's a full-time job, and if anyone would like to shadow me to see how much work I do, you're welcome to do so. I saw Melvin's hand up, and then Claudia, and then okay.
Oh, my general comment of this and why I'm going to support this tonight is there's a lot of demands from council members and mayors. There's a lot of meeting inquiries. There's a lot of asking to look over additional information. And sometimes you have to show up to many special meetings. Even over the break that we had to show up to a couple of special meetings because of time-sensitive issues. You have to have a lot of flexibility, and I mean, even this council had a special meeting at the beginning of last year because of the mudslides and storms that were happening, and you know, we had to meet as a board and decide how we were going to act. In general, simply put, show of hands in this audience, how many people can sustainably live year in, year out with $14.01 a month? Show your hands. I'm not gonna raise mine, just show them. You can't. If you want your council to be successful, responsive, and pay attention to all the needs of the city, the council needs to be set up for success. I haven't, in this 8 years, been able to 100% focus on this council because I've had to hold down another job and have my time split just so I can sustain myself while I serve a community that I love and just barely getting by with the compensation. If we want this council to succeed and put the city on the best foot forward, we need to give the council and the people who are coming in the tools they need to do it and to take care of themselves so you can take care of the city. What do they say? I used to hate people giving me this example my whole life, but now I'm going to say it now. When it comes to a plane malfunctioning, what do you need to do? Put on your own mask before you can put on the mask on the passenger right next to you. If your council's having a hard time taking care of yourself because we live in California in a completely insane economy right now and cost of living is crazy, we need to be able to make sure that council members can take care of themselves. And the last point I'm going to make is, even before I was on a council, this was an issue that came up, that city council members need to be full-time. Mayors need to be full-time. It's not a part-time job. And I always said that is correct. However, we had many labor unions and many employees that worked for the city who are also saying that they are behind on the market and they're looking to catch up so they can sustain their lives. And my personal commitment was I will not talk about raising wages for this council at all until we take care of all of our other bargaining units. As of last year, we cut deals with all of our bargaining units after going through class and conf and negotiations. They're done. Now it's time to take care of the council so we can continue to be a strong city and make decisions that don't split up our time, but enable council members and mayors to have 100% of their focus on the city as much as possible. So I do support this because it's about sustainability for the city overall and whoever's serving in this position, because it is not easy. So, Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Thank you, everybody. And I just wanted to say that we always think about who is going to represent us in the city of Richmond. And we always value the diversity. We want more people of color, more single moms that had that vision that maybe as we don't have, right? But in order for us to be able to enable these kind of leaders to be here, they need to make sure, we need to make sure that it is sustainable. And even with this increase that hasn't had happened since 2007, we cannot live out of this. How we can, as a single mom, to be running for city council when the pay is that little. And even with this increase, she's not going to be able to pay for rent and pay for the kids' food and other things. So this is not even a living wage raise. It's more about having a compensation that enables a little bit more to do this job. So if we really think about diversity and about putting people who have the views of many people in Richmond and want them to, and we encourage them to run, we need to have these in a better position with a better financial situation. Because right now, and even with this raise, the people who are able to do this job well are more privileged. It's rich people, retired people, or people who are supported by their spouses, or that has a full-time job that allow them to live, and this is kind of like the side thing that they are doing because they believe in the work. And then in the long way, it's like putting people to have health issues that because you live with a stress of having to have a full-time job or a part-time job plus and more than a full-time job like this is. So if you want to have people who represent you that looks like the majority of people here and have equity, we need to be able to have at least some better income or better pay in this. And I think for me, it's this job should be a full-time job. Because if not, it's like how you are asking somebody to put your full attention in all the issues that are really important in the city with somebody working full-time. And this is the side job. Look I work really hard to get the city out of the swamps. And that saves the city $84 million. And get the city 2 times the credit rating up in 1 year. If we don't, and this is the work that we have been doing. Councilmember Doria, Councilmember McLaughlin, and everybody here has been done something important and amazing for the city that is providing better quality of life. We just have an amazing settlement agreement with Chevron where we brought $550 million to the city. So my neighbor is saying, oh, I don't approve this because you are just making, just raising. But I will ask, it's even with this raise, if she can live with that and pay the mortgage and pay everything that it needs. No. So we want privileged folks that are rich and are selling the city to developers. So then let's not pay because they are just looking for the benefit of them. But if we want people who are connected to the community, who are close to the pain, who understand the needs and the things that the community needs and deserves, then let's make sure that these people are being paid well so they can be here and do their job and be successful. So this is why I think is more than anything else, it's an equity issue here. So ask yourself, do you want retired people, people who rich, who don't need to work and have all the time to do it? Or you want the people who are closest to the pain and the needs of the community so they can bring all that knowledge to make sure that the policies are going to impact in a real way to those communities. So thank you.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. I would like to share my own experience. I am retired, so is my husband. We both have pension. I really don't need the money. But honestly, I wish I could have run for the council 10, 15 years ago. I couldn't afford it. We have 2 children. Children are expensive when they're toddlers and you need babysitters or good daycare. They're expensive when they're in school. Their extracurricular activities are really expensive. And when they go to college, they're really, really expensive. So you have to wait until they graduate from college, find jobs, are not depending on you. Then you look around as a hobby, you may run for office. Is that what we plan to do? Just have retired people or people of privilege to serve here? I'm not going to add to what my fellow council member said. I'm just going to add one very important point. Council, city council, is the basis for the pipelines that eventually feed the Congress. If we do not have socioeconomic diversity at the low level, who will go up? If I was young 20 years ago and I was at the council, I might have had a shot at Congress after 20, 30 years. But now at this age, after retiring, this is the ultimate office I can dream of, right? It shouldn't be like that. We should have people who represent us, be like us, of socioeconomic diversity that are at the top level. So for that reason, I would like to add one last point to the people who may not like people who are currently at the council. Imagine if the pay is higher, then you will have more people running for the office who are thinking more like you. So that's another good reason to consider this. Also, 80% may sound too high, but remember, it was frozen for decades, so the actual number is not really high. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with my colleagues. It's more than a full-time job. I always tell people I have 2 full-time jobs. Some people don't always get it. They call me in the morning, in the afternoon, and at evening, and I sometimes say, "Well, I'm in the client meeting," and they go, "Oh, you work?" Like, yes. You see me out in the community. I was like, I hope my boss doesn't see me out at the park or somewhere, but I'm not there at the park because it's just I want to go to the park. I'm there because I'm there for the community. I've ran into many of our colleagues at at events. These are weekends, these are evenings, these are mornings. Sometimes my phone keeps ringing all day long, especially for the agenda days. Everyone wants to have a say, everyone wants to have a meeting, everyone wants to let us know what they think prior to the agenda. A little bit of what happens, we all come here on Tuesdays, but before Tuesdays, a couple things have to happen. We get the agendas either Thursday or Friday, and then we have to start reading it. The packets are over 1,000 pages long. And we're on the other side of that as well because it's our agenda items that we're putting together. So those 1,000 pages are pages that we also have to create. So not only do we have to read somebody else's agenda item, we're also getting ready to create our own for the following meeting. So we're making and we're reading, so it's a dual kind of game, and we're working with staff. And also, speaking of staff, between the 6 council members, the mayor's separate here, but between the 6 council members, we have 1 staff member. And I know that we can pair it against Berkeley. Berkeley is the highest paid council in the area. Each council member is full-time. They get paid about $100,000 each council member. And each council member gets 3 staff members.
Wow. They have chief of the staff.
And they have a chief of staff.
So do Oakland council
Yeah.
members.
So we get 1 council member, and she right now is at home on leave because we probably overworked her. So between 1 person, and it takes hours and hours to make 1 agenda item. What we see on Tuesdays is a final agenda item that has taken hours and hours and hours of back and forth. Either we're working with 2 other council members potentially, we're working with staff, we're working with the staff person that's helping us put it together. We have to have the right words. We send it over to legal. We send it over to different areas. So what you see is a finished product worth lots and lots and lots of hours for the majority items. Some items, it's bang, bang, put it on, and we'll see what happens. But the majority of time, we do spend a lot of time on the agenda items prior to, so that we can make sure that we're doing the right things for you. You see some of the items sometimes come off the agenda, they go back on the agenda, they get moved, they get changed a little bit. But for most of the time, again, it's a lot of time being put in. And I agree with having more individuals that look like all of us, having the opportunity, a fair opportunity to run. Now, I am one of those, I'll say, somewhat privileged. I have a job that is flexible. It's 9 to 5, but it's flexible. So after 5, I go back and I work. So you don't see that. Last night I was working till midnight. I'm going to work, that was my other job, the one that pays my bills. This job that pays my soul, I work till midnight as well. So it's a little bit of a different type of payment. Right? And a lot of the money that I get here for city council, you also don't see it, but I try to give it back as well in anything that I can out in the community. But it's a different type of payment, but I can afford that type of payment. Other individuals are going to have to think twice, especially if they're young. I see a future council member sitting here in front of us, hopefully, right? And to make it worth putting their soul out and their heart out, we need that individual to also be able to afford a living. And how do we allow that to happen so we don't just have one-sided council members? Or what's worse is council members that don't need it because they get paid in other ways. And that was the olden council members, yesteryears, many years ago. But again, I'm torn because we still have so much more to do in the city. But we're in a position that we have brought the city to be in a very healthy position. Again, I'm in a place in my life that I only need 1 job, and I can do this other one as, again, feeding my soul. But when I was younger, I had to work 6 jobs at once, like evenings, mornings, night times, weekends, every time, to be able to afford my bills. And I don't have a lot of them, but that's just sort of the balance of what we need, how do we get there, and making sure that our community feels that as well, that we're not taking away from the community in one way. But I also understand anything that we get potentially is one less pothole, right, or something else out there. But how do we balance these conversations out? And not just looking at us, but looking at the future of this council, whatever it may be there. So put all that in there. Again, I will vote as we get there, but just want to put that in context.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to lend my voice in support of this as well. I can say for all the years that I have worked on this council, it is a very intensive experience. I mean, when the mayor says, we're all elected to be a council member or a mayor, we're elected to be in that role 24/7. And that means you can get emails, you could have meetings in the evening, and you have events on weekends or during the day or in the evenings on weekdays. There is a lot of work to do. And there has not been a raise, as has been stated, since 2007. And the fact that it's been talked about as an 80% increase is over the course of 16 years, where 5% increase could have been given each year when none was given. So when you add the 5% times 16 is when you get the 80%. But this, like I said, if it would have been given every year, would have been 5% per year. And it's still, as Vice Mayor Jimenez says, is not very high. Oakland and Berkeley council members get a much higher salary. I also want to just uplift what others have said about the racial and cultural diversity is important, and also this, as Councilmember Bonner said, the socioeconomic diversity, and as Vice Mayor Jimenez was saying, we don't want just rich people or retired people who have enough money to work a job like this, and it does take a lot of work. So I'm very pleased that the council is ready to take a position on this. I fully support it, and I think the new council will be poised in a better way. Like I said, it's still not a high salary, but it will be poised in a better way to be compensated for their hard work.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, just I'm going to try to make it really brief, but you know, when I ran for office, I really didn't understand all of the demands that were going to be asked of me as a council person. I thought it was city council meetings. Yeah, they ran late, but you could handle that. You know, I didn't really realize that I would be assigned to 9 commissions and committees, that I would be, you know, voluntold, you know, to do ad hoc committees, that every one of those commissions and committees also have agendas, sometimes that are also hundreds of pages that you need to read in order to make informed decisions. That it's not only the items that are on the agenda that you're needing to consider, right? There's all these plans that have been made that are in themselves 1,000-page, 500-page documents where we may or may not be using them or following them or whatnot. And you actually have to do your research in order to propose things that are actually helpful for the city. And if we're not doing that research, if we're not reading these agendas, if we're not informed, we can't make good decisions. We can't make the best decision that we can make. It is so much more work than meets the eye. Because yes, you also have all of your constituents who have their concerns. They have the issues that they're facing. They're trying to move something, and they're trying to understand who to talk to, and you're trying to connect people and trying to understand, you know, how did this thing happen? There is a multitude of things. Somebody said, you know, we're taking this 2-month break, and it's like that 2-month break was my opportunity to actually research stuff and get things prepared for the next session. Because when we're in session, it's very hard to move a complex project forward. So I took time to have meetings, to do research, to read different things, and so that I know what I'm going to be bringing forward in the next session. I just really want to encourage people to learn more about City Council. I think more people should understand how this whole thing works, how much work goes in behind the scenes, the role that we play, the role that staff plays, and maybe slow the roll on the assumptions. Because the people who work here work hard. Staff works extremely hard. And the city council members, if we're doing it right, we're working really, really hard. And I'm one of those people who also has a full-time job. So my day is like 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., you know, if I'm not working on a special project every day. So, yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion if we're ready. So I move that we support item, sorry, let me get this right here, that
N7A.
item N7A as written into the agenda.
Second.
So can I just clarify one thing? For the mayor's mayor increase, the mayor is not to vote on that specific increase, so I think we should take 2 votes.
Okay. Okay, let's start with the mayor's. The first motion is to support the mayor's salary increase.
Second,
So you have to leave for
on
that.
the first motion.
Or do you have to leave, or you just don't vote? Okay.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Councilmember Zepeda.
I believe in the item. I just feel weird voting for it because I feel like I don't need it. But I mean, I can always take it.
This is for the mayor.
Oh, it's for mayor. Yes, then.
Yes.
I was like,
Okay, the vote is unanimous.
Now I'll make the motion that we support the council members' salary increases.
And I'll second that.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is the only item under new business. That's item 004. And that is to direct the city attorney's office to draft a temporary moratorium on parklets and amendments no later than October 2025 to Richmond Municipal Code Section 14.46.090 to address the following. 1, inconsistencies or lack of clarity in the building permit versus easement process. Number 2, issues with the siting of parklets, both number in and area and permitted locations. Number 3, the length of time parklets are allowed considering the costs constructing a parklet. Number 4, the impact parklets may have both positively on the economy due to encouraging a pedestrian and active transportation culture that tends to patronize small businesses, and negatively due to furthering limiting availability of parking spaces. And 5, improve clarity on non-exclusive use by any one or more businesses or their patrons. If we have anyone that would like to address the council on this item that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time.
Can I frame it a little bit? I brought it forward. Yeah. So I just wanted to frame this item a little bit and brought it, I was one of the ones with Councilmember Zepeda who brought this forward. And it really is an outgrowth of kind of our learnings from dealing with the parklet that we have in Point Richmond. And just learning that there was a lot of problems with the existing ordinance. And in order to head off future problems with any other parklets that are being proposed, there are some that are being proposed, we need to kind of clean up this ordinance and get more clarity on how it should and could function in the city. I want to say that I personally really like parklets. I like having an outdoor culture. You can sit outside and you can have drinks and whatnot. But I think we can do it in a way where we're not creating harm and that we have a lot of clarity. I think that for business owners, parklets are very expensive, and we need to consider whether or not they're currently restricted to being only 2 years. So you can only have them for 2 years, and you put in thousands and thousands of dollars. I think there's a number of other problems all outlined in the issue, and I think that we just really need to clean up that language so we don't get ourselves and the city into legal battles, legal troubles because of our lack of clarity. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for working on this agenda item while we were traveling and didn't have Wi-Fi access in Cuba. So thank you for that. Yes, the parklet, I've been working with the parklets issues, especially the only parklet that we have, which is currently located in Point Richmond. And there was definitely room for more clarity because there was an application and that it has a process written down, but there's room for interpretation, right? Once lawyers get involved, they read different words differently and making sure that there was a little more clarity. The current process does say it's 2 years only. Your parklet does have to be removed very easily if the city requests it at any time or in case of an emergency. But then there's another application process that doesn't check the other application process. That makes it not very clear. The other one can give you a permit to have access to public use for an unlimited time, but is not referencing necessarily a parklet. But the parklet wasn't referencing the other one. So there's definitely room for improvement in the process, and I think that I agree that we should pause for a moment in making sure that all of our processes are as clear as possible, because as people are investing in our city, as people are investing in their own business, and as people are putting things up in the right-of-way, that it is both safe, that it's clear what we're doing, and that the community has input in it as well. And I hope to see many more parklets come to Richmond once we clarify this ordinance.
Do we have speakers?
We have one in-person speaker. I don't see any hands raised for online speakers. Cordell Hindler, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, so good evening again, Mayor Martinez. I want to thank Council Members Robinson and Cepeda for bringing this item forward. It's funny because when I was looking at this item, I'm like, I was just in a Zoom call recently when the city of Oakland has parklets, and so on Broadway and Telegraph, and people do like the idea of a parklets because it'll, like, you know, not only enhances the businesses, but it's also, like, you know, create a lot of on-flowing traffic. And so I'm thinking parklets are a wonderful opportunity. So that's one thing. And then even in cities like Seattle, Milwaukee, all them other cities have parklets. So I'm thinking that it's a good idea. And besides, it'll generate revenue for the city. So I'm all for it.
That was our last speaker.
Okay. All right. If there's not any questions, then
I'd like to make a motion to move this item.
I'll second it.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our
So
next item is item N8A, which was removed from the consent calendar. And that item is, I'm sorry. N8A is to adopt a resolution authorizing the Department of Information Technology to use standing orders, outline agreements for demand photographers for 2 pre-approved vendors in an amount not to exceed $50,000 per year per vendor for fiscal year 24-25, with review and approval from City Attorney's Office.
Good evening, City Council. Nikki Maste, sitting in for Sue Hartman, Director of IT. What you have before you is to adopt a resolution authorizing the Department of Information Technology to use standing orders / outline agreements for demand photographers from 2 pre-approved vendors in an amount not to exceed $50,000 per year per vendor for fiscal year 24-25. In the RFP, it was issued in May of 23. There were 43 vendors that were notified, 17 downloaded the proposal, and 3 replied. I will now turn it over to council for questions.
Actually, do we have speakers?
Yes.
Let's do speakers first, and then we'll ask questions.
Okay. We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on item N8A, please raise your hand at this time. Our in-person speaker is Don Gosney. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you very much. My concern tonight is not with the intention of this item to award contracts to. My concern is for the process for reaching out. In 2023, an RFP was sent out to 43 photo firms. My concern has to do with who determined which firms should be invited to participate in this process and which firms would be excluded. As an example, my photo business, as I sell pictures all over the world and have for almost half a century now. That says I've taken hundreds of thousands of photographs here in Richmond, shared them with, the city has used my pictures many, many, many times. That says, but I was never contacted, for instance. Why? Why was I excluded? I'm not worried about myself on this. As I'm not saying that had I been approached, I would have replied or met the city's standards, but we'll never know because the invitation was never extended. And this isn't about me, it's about the process. How many other photographers might have been interested or even met all of the criteria, but never even knew about this opportunity? I would hope that for opportunities like this, and I don't mean to limit it to just photo contracts, all kinds of businesses, small local businesses like mine, might be invited to be considered had we known about it. I just hope that the city might take a closer look at their process for trying to put out the business, especially to local firms. And if I was selected, I could use the money. So I'm not rich like all you people with an 80% pay increase.
That was our only speaker.
All right. Any questions from council members? Councilmember Bana.
Well, I have more of a comment.
Okay, sure. Questions, comments?
I brought up the same issue with the city administration, especially when on the consent calendar, we do have other items about buy local campaign and promoting local businesses. My concern also was reaching out to local businesses. The answer I heard was that they have reached out, and I would appreciate comments from the city manager if it's if I'm mistaken or took it wrong, that they do outreach to small businesses, but unfortunately, they do not have a database of all the businesses. I believe data gathering is very important. We need to have a list of all the small businesses in the city for outreach, for all purposes, whether we want to survey them, see what their needs are, or reach out to them when there is RFP. So I do plan to bring in an agenda item for allocating budget for data collection. I think the city administration needs to be more active in that regard. That's a valid point, and we should do our homework. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to inform you that we did join the Bloomberg Johns Hopkins Data Alliance. So we are working on making our data collection more robust.
That's excellent news, Mr. Mayor. I would like to learn more about it, and during our meeting, hopefully we can chat about it. Thank you.
So, yes, Councilmember Robinson.
So I just have a question. Will there be a process for opening another round so that additional photographers could respond to an RFP after this budget year ends? I think this is just for
Yes, this is just for this fiscal year.
the fiscal year. So will there be another round where
Yes, there
it
will
could
be
be
another
open
round.
for others?
Correct, and we do advertise on bids online, and anyone can register on that system. And that usually is one of our biggest databases that we do use, and we do reach out locally. When we do advertising for photography service, in the bid, since we are a public entity, and some photographers will do this, some will not, we will own the rights to all the photographs, including the drafts and any of the processing. And a lot of photographers do not want to do that. So, because that's how a lot of them, smaller ones, will make their money, is that they want to keep their rights, they want to keep it all, but since we are a public entity, we do require that in this RFP.
And one more question, and I know that we have a pretty active arts community, and there's the Arts Center, and I wonder if you also did outreach kind of in those networks in the arts community.
As Sue Hartman is actually part of the Richmond Art, the RAC, so, yeah.
So, yeah, great, thank you.
Well, if there's no more questions, may we have a motion?
I'll move the item.
I will second it.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda? Sorry. Councilmember Zepeda. I already called the Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. Councilmember Zepeda?
I didn't see that on the agenda. Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Just a little fun before.
Did that come with the raise?
Sleep. The vote is unanimous. Okay. And let's see, our next item is item N9A, and that is to adopt a resolution accepting the 2023 Annual Military Equipment Report, determining that the military equipment in 2023 comply with Richmond Police Department Policy 707, and determining that Policy 707 will be accepted with recommended amendments, and receive staff recommendations for additional resources.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. My name is Bisa French, and I'm the Chief of Police here in the city of Richmond. So this report addresses the City Council's directive to amend the resolution and military equipment use policy, specifically focusing on the inclusion of display in the definition of use and the implications for our department. Additionally, it outlines the resource constraints and provides recommendations for managing these changes effectively. So as a matter of background, during the City Council meeting on May 7th, 2024, several key points were discussed. One, the acceptance of the 2023 Annual Military Equipment Report. Two, the Police Department's compliance with Policy Number 707 and the state law regarding military equipment. And three, the decision to continue Policy Number 707 without changes. Following these discussions, the City Council directed staff to make amendments to the resolution and military equipment use policy. Those discussions were amend the authorized uses of flashbangs to define barricaded suspect, amend the authorized uses of flashbangs to defend high-risk warrant services, replace the SRT commander or SWAT commander deems they're necessary with criteria used to make that determination, and finally, to define use to include deploy, display, and discharge. I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Simmons, and then we also have Captain Lopez here to discuss the changes that were made.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So to the Chief's point, I wanted to discuss and go over the changes that we were able to make with the request from the last council session on this issue. Under current diversionary device use policy, diversionary devices such as flashbangs, which are used to facilitate entry and reduce risk of injury by disorienting potentially dangerous suspects or animals flashbangs are deployed in specific circumstances. Number one, barricaded suspects and/or hostage situations. Two, high-risk warrant services. Three, to disperse potentially violent animals. Four, and when deemed necessary by the SRT commander and SWAT commander to safely resolve an incident. To the request of clarifying definitions and criteria under flashbang use, the recent amendments that we've made at your request are including adding the definition and providing criteria for SWAT commander to use flashbangs. The definitions will be a, quote, barricaded suspect, unquote, is now defined as an individual who is inside a structure and is actively preventing law enforcement from entering, typically posing a threat to themselves or others. Quote, a high-risk warrant service, unquote, is now defined as an operation with a significant risk of violence or harm, necessitating specialized equipment and tactics to ensure safety and compliance with the service of a warrant. The third point, the SWAT commander may now authorize the use of flashbangs for the above-mentioned circumstances or when there is a high likelihood of a violent confrontation or when light or sound diversion device is needed to mitigate the risk to citizens and officers. The definition and language change is in addition to the current policy. Changes and concerns as expressed by the council. The expansion of the definition to include, quote, display. The inclusion of, quote, display in the definition of the word, quote, use, unquote, expands the reporting scope beyond what Assembly Bill 481 originally mandated. AB 481 focuses on the deployment and the discharge of military equipment, not its display. Adding display requires documenting every instance where equipment is visible. This would involve extensive tracking of the equipment's location, duration, and purpose. And this leads to another subsequent issue that would require enhanced reporting requirements. Implementing this expanded definition of display would necessitate significant resources for documentation and monitoring, including additional staffing. Given our current budget infrastructure, this expansion currently is not feasible without major adjustments and would place undue administrative burden on the department. The impact on officer duties. The proposed policy change would also affect operational efficiency. Officers would need to document every instance of displaying their patrol rifle, whether during a SWAT operation, a tactical response team operation, or just a routine patrol call involving a potentially or reported armed individual. This documentation would detract from their primary role of engaging with their community and responding effectively to calls for service. The added reporting requirement would reduce their availability for active policing and community interaction, impacting the overall effectiveness of our operations. We estimate that the average police report to write is anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour, which would add to their already time off the streets and writing police reports. The current reporting and data availability, I do want to remind the council that that our current website already provides monthly statistics and data for each deployment that complies with AB 481. This includes information on the date, location, and reason for the deployment. So just to reiterate, AB 481 focuses on deploying and discharging military equipment, not its display. Like I said, adding display and documenting every instance where the equipment is visible would involve extensive tracking of the equipment's location, duration, and purpose. This tracking would significantly impact our operational efficiency. With the current limited staffing, including 121 sworn personnel, additional documentation would detract from our current operations as it relates to patrol services. The added reporting requirement reduces their availability for active policing, community interactions. It is proposed that the implementation of this particular change, if we amended the policy, would add the following resources would be needed. We would need a data management reporting system or software, which we currently do not have, that manages this type of reporting or this type of tracking. Additional crime analyst position, additional RPD training, and an additional budget for mandatory overtime, as we anticipate many of these reports would have to be written after an officer's regular off-duty, regular OD time when they finish their tour duty. And at that point, we would have to come back to council with an amended budget. And I know that the council had, a couple council members had some questions in relationship to the report, and we provided some answers to those. I want to hand it over to Captain Lopez just to kind of reiterate what some of those answers were to some of those overarching questions.
Good evening. On December 17th, we were set to go to council for AB 41's 2023 annual report. During that time, the chief was given some questions regarding the annual report. I have a list of the questions that were given and then our response back to those questions. The questions, I'm gonna go question and answer. The question was, the report informs us that rifles were used 2 times in 2023. Does that mean that RPD officers only deployed with their tactical rifles 2 times? The answer and the response was department rifles were discharged 2 times during the reporting period. On June 28, 2023, 2 officers discharged their rifles at a heavily armed subject during the service of a search warrant. And this is included into the report. A question, if there were more deployments with rifles, how many were there? Response, the police department only records instances when an officer deploys their rifle or other classified equipment, meaning the actual use or activation of the equipment during an operation. Question, RPD says that AB 41 focuses on deploying and discharging military equipment, not its display, which you say means every instance where equipment is visible. What is RPD's definition of deploying military equipment? Our response: deployment refers to the actual use or activation of a piece of equipment. This means the equipment is not just visible or carried by the officer, but refers to its operational action. Question: to follow up with a couple of questions to help me understand, if the armored personnel carryout is sent out for an operation, is that a deployment? Yes. The response is yes. It was, if it was used in an operation, then it was used for that purpose. Question: if the SWAT team carries out a search warrant at a residence and they bring their assault rifles into the residence but do not fire them at a person, is that a deployment of assault rifles? If they point their rifles at a person but do not fire them, is that a deployment? And the response is no. The Richmond Police Department does not currently track merely display of rifles. Question: I appreciate your work to include the definition of barricaded suspect and high-risk warrant services. These are currently on page 22 of the 27-page use policy. I'd like to see those definitions included in the definition section of the policy, which starts on page 2 of the inventory. It will be a lot easier for everyone to find. Response: thank you for your feedback. Thank you for the feedback. We will meet with our AB 41 team and include that suggestion for the 2024 annual report. Question: the first definition says, quote, a barricaded suspect is defined as an individual who is inside a structure and is actively preventing law enforcement from entering, typically posing a threat to themselves or others, end quote. Is there ever a situation where someone who does not pose a threat to others, to either themselves or others, could be considered a barricaded suspect? In response: yes, when a subject is in a structure and actively preventing law enforcement from entering, they are considered a barricaded suspect. Question: the second definition says, quote, a high-risk warrant services is defined as operations with significant risk of violence or harm, necessitating specialized equipment and tactics to ensure safety and compliance with the service of the warrant, end quote. For planned operations, what factors are considered in the assessment of significant risk of violence or harm? Response: there are multiple considerations to include, but not limited to, subject risk factor, type of crime, subject's known criminal history, location risk factors, and previous armed encounters. Question: can you tell me, for planned operations, what factors are considered in the assessment of significant risk of violence or harm? Response: some of the factors were mentioned in the previous question. Question: does the assessment include factors that could increase the risk of harm, such as the presence of minors, medically, that might have been typo, pregnant, elderly person, people who don't speak English or otherwise might not understand spoken commands, people who are in a mental health crisis? Response: detectives and tactical operators conduct an extensive background pre-operation to gather sensitive intelligence, such as those mentioned, to mitigate potential safety issues for community members and officers. And this is the last question. If the definition of high-risk warrant service or policy for using these weapons do not consider the presence of these kinds of vulnerable populations, would you consider amending the policy or definition to include that consideration? Our response: the Richmond Police Department is always willing to partner with the council and our community to consider any amendments to our policy. Thank you.
And this concludes our feedback from the last council session. We'd like to turn it to the council for comments and maybe follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have comments from?
We do have public speakers. We have Mark Wasberg, Mateus Cavalin, Jamin Purcell, Andrew Melendez, Rosie Rendon, and Dennis Perez. We'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Please come forward. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. Go ahead, Mark.
The closest that the Richmond PD has to military weapons is concussion grenades. That's it, nothing more. They have no automatic weapons, they have no hand grenades, they have no personnel carriers, because federal law denies every police department here in the country not have military weapons because the federal government still considers themselves as civilians. You ask the police chief or anybody else in the Richmond PD, go and look at that arsenal. You see any machine guns? You see any claymores? You see any bazookas? Sure, they have a armored vehicle, which is every legal right to have. They have concussion grenades, which every right they have. But you know, you people come up with this military stupid stuff because you're a bunch of dumb radicals. You know you defunded the police. You wanted to get rid of the police. During the BLM rioting, he was favored getting rid of the police. See, this is how stupid you people are. You got to think. You got to use your head. You got to think of constitutional law. Go and look at their arsenal. See what they have. Even the police chief says I'm right. See, you people don't understand what's going on with our government because you this RPA crap, the radical left, and all this other stupid crap that you people believe in. Yeah, and you know what? I said, you're gone for a long time, Willis, because you won't be back for at least about 8 or 9 years. Because you ain't going to run for mayor for another 8 more years, and you're done with the city council, because Brown's going to probably run another 8 more years. But what I'm saying is, you people are going to have to realize you don't go around and doing stupid stuff and tell law enforcement to go ahead and not support our constitutional laws. This is what you're doing.
Your time's expired, Mark. Thank you. Mateus Cavlin, followed by Jamie Purcell. Mateus. Somebody come up. Jamie Purcell.
Sorry, I have to take a moment. Looking after.
Okay, start over.
Looking at the report, I want to say I appreciate the clarity that that we have within the city of what we have that is identified as military weapons and how it is deployed. I will say, as a civilian, it was I had to navigate a little bit just to find the reports, but they were all there, and they were detailed, and they gave explanation. I think there is confusion about some of the definitions of words like deployment, like brandishing and things like that. That said, I have to say I appreciate the response of we are willing to work with the community to try and be clearer and speak to the standard civilian, not affiliated with police at all, or knowing that sort of lingo. I think there is a lot of concern about how we see over the country a lot of militarization, and I am actually very happy to see that that is not the direction that our police department is going. Our police department, I believe it was said last year, the only time they used a stun gun was on another officer because they got to know what it feels like in order to be able to feel like they can employ it. So, I want to say that I really appreciate the willing to engage in trying to bring more clarity. You guys are trying to be as transparent as possible because you got to understand one of the biggest issues that the police department faces with recruitment is misinformation and misunderstanding of what they do and what they can engage in. And so the fact that you guys are trying to remedy that and be able to be clearer and more honest with the community in various ways, I want to say I really appreciate. And I hope to see you working with the community to do that more.
Andrew Melendez, followed by Rosie Rendon.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident, and I'm speaking tonight regarding the AB 41 Military Equipment Use Annual Report. These military equipment reports are incredibly important in providing our community with honest transparency about the kinds of police equipment that are being used and how it's been deployed against members of our community. Yet I find the current report lacking of some crucial data points that I think are really important to include as well. One of these missing data points is the number of times RPD officers have pointed assault weapons at someone without firing them. Currently, RPD does not classify pointing an assault weapon at a person as a use of an assault rifle. This, of course, is a massive oversight given the severe aggression and intimidation involved with pointing a gun at somebody, especially an officer who holds power over those that they point those weapons at. If RPD is really willing to pursue real transparency between the community and themselves, then I encourage them to make changes to their future military equipment reports to ensure that military equipment use includes instances where assault weapons are displayed or brandished at members of our community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and our last, Rosie Rendon.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Rosie. I'm a D6 resident here in Richmond. Today, I didn't really prepare anything because I just really wanted it to be as vulnerable and, off of what I've been thinking. I've been coming to City Council for quite some time, encouraging transparency when it comes to police officers and the community. I'm just a community member. I have a job. There's nothing really special going on about me, but I understand the climate of what our country is going to, and I am, just like a lot of other people, very worried about the transparency that our police force has and our community and how much power they hold. And I feel that military weapons do not belong in a community. I think the brandishing of an assault rifle or the use of a drone deserves to be transparent, and we should know which officer used it, what the case was. Drones in general feel like such an invasion of privacy that it's extremely concerning having a entity or a group of people with that much power. And when you mix biases and the bad apples into this combination, it is terrifying to know that someone like that has that much power. I don't think that military weapons belong in our neighborhoods, and especially with everything else that is going on. But I definitely believe that there should be more transparency and definitely a barrier of bigger words being used. It needs to be more easier for people like me or people with other language differences for us to understand what's going on. Thank you for your time.
Our last in-person speaker is Dennis Perez.
Good evening again. Pretty much the talking points have been said, but what I just want to get to is a lot of people are sniggering, saying just talking about this is dumb, to be able to just come up and say this, but it's not done when things happen that could have been prevented, right? And so that's all it is, to be able to have transparency, to be able to have determined words, to have language, to have these things that have a checking point, a balance. And so to be able to prevent something of happening where, a person brandishing a weapon might not be force to the officers, but it might impact that person negatively, right? It might set them off in some way or another. It might do the negative of what we fight for, right? Of trusting police. It might not allow them to trust police, but that's not checked on because it's not policy, and it hasn't been, and you guys allowed it to not be policy, right? So it's not about it being stupid. It's not about, all right, it's gonna be more work. It's not about that. It's about one life, and that's all that matters, right? So that's what we're here for. So thank you very much.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
Okay, I have 4 speakers: Devjanae Tillis, John Lindsay Poland, Debbie and Autumn Adian. Devjanae, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Devjanae? I see you're unmuted. You can go ahead and start when you're ready. Okay, we'll come back to Devjanae. The next speaker is John Lindsay Poland. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is John Lindsay Poland. I co-direct a program of the American Friends Service Committee, and I've read hundreds of military equipment policies and annual reports across California. Reports on military equipment, on the use of military equipment, should include brandishing of assault rifles and projectile launchers. AB 41 requires reporting on the use of military equipment, but it does not define use. RPD officers reference the phrases use of force or discharge, but AB 41 doesn't use these phrases at all. So evidently, use in the legislation is not limited to uses of force or discharges. AB 41 does refer to, quote, deployment or other use of military equipment. RPD's policy recognizes this. It says officers, quote, may use rifles in the following situations when there is an objectively reasonable anticipation of an armed encounter, situations where an officer, quote, reasonably expects the need to meet or exceed a suspect's firepower. These authorized uses are not defined as when officers fire the weapon, but when they deploy with it. The standards on use of force policy created by the California Post explicitly say that pointing a firearm should be governed by use of force policy, and each instance of pointing a weapon should be reported. But despite this standard, RPD doesn't even report when an officer points an assault rifle at a person. Other departments, including in San Diego and Berkeley, report on their uses of military equipment, including when rifles are displayed, without having had to hire additional staff. San Diego describes use of force show of force instances as deploying with a firearm at an incident, but not actually pointing at a person, and reports the number of these. If these departments can report on these uses of rifles and projectile launchers, then Richmond PD can also. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Debbie. Debbie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, this is Debbie Bayer again, Richmond resident, and I was appreciative, as I always am, of Patricia Perez coming up and speaking and reminding us of all she's been through. And so bad things can happen, and situations get out of control. And we are living through, we're not living through it yet. We are facing a really potentially fascist times. And one of the that wasn't mentioned in there was what happens to a group of people, say, protesting or trying to stop ICE from arresting people. What kind of situation is that covered in that policy? Would we be considered dangerous? Would the police be authorized to use force? And I want to say that things that are in that policy that are looked at as lesser use, less lethal, like flashbang and rubber bullets and stuff and beanbags, those can be lethal, depending on where they land, and they're very unpleasant. And I think I'm glad they're in there, but those can also should be controlled. So I'd like to see more, a clearer line of where you don't attack. You don't attack nonviolent citizens, even if they're not dispersing and the police has ordered them to disperse. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Autumn Adayan, and then the last speaker will be Dajane Tillis after that. Autumn Adayan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Autumn Adayan. So some of my concerns with the Richmond Police Department using military-style equipment, some of my concerns come from a divisiveness that will come from the community. I think when police departments employ military devices, it creates an immediate power imbalance from people that are meant to serve and protect, while now there is this power imbalance where people feel like how Debbie previously mentioned, where in a case of people protesting for their rights, when they are immediately called or seen as dangerous, how will these people be regarded? Is this immediately shut down, dangerous situation? When is it allowed for people to speak their voice, to use what they can? Are they immediately seen as a potential threat? It's a concern because I think when we're thinking about even like flashbangs, like Debbie also mentioned, how many times will these things be accidentally or unlawfully deployed, still traumatizing residents, still traumatizing people, whether it be rifles, whether it be flashbangs, these things that instill fear within people, to instill fear that prevents them from speaking out, from acting in ways that they feel empowered to do so for their own rights, for their own humanity. I think when we take that in account, we have to realize, what does it mean for civilian government officials, police departments to employ military equipment against civilians? What does that say? What narrative is being created here? And how do people go to sleep at night knowing that, the second that their rights are at risk and they want to say something, they are now at risk of being very deeply harmed or traumatized by people who have been seen repeatedly over and over again to have an unlawful deployment of their equipment? And how often is justice found when we see these police departments, these police officers use their weapons in an unlawful manner? Who holds them accountable? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Davjane Tillis. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello. Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Dave Janae. I'm a Richmond resident. As a community member who was at the AB 481 community engagement meeting last year, I do appreciate RPD making efforts to be transparent with the community. However, I left the meeting wanting more clarity and specificity around the use of military equipment. I am calling for more clarity around the word use when it comes to these military equipment. It was stated in the meeting that pointing an assault rifle at civilians did not count as using. But to me, anytime military equipment is present at a scene or being deployed in general, it should be considered as being used. I think it would help to use specific words such as discharge, displayed. I don't believe that it takes extra personnel to simply be specific with the wording. I would also love to see creation of a policy that makes it so military equipment isn't used around one or more vulnerable community members, such as kids and those with disabilities. I appreciate and thank you for considering my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, can I
I'm sorry?
briefly
Yes, go
say
ahead.
something? So I appreciate the feedback and understand the community concerns around the display or use, and trying to figure out how to best report that. And what we've tried to do, and we've had a lot of conversation around this concern that the community has brought up, the council brought up, but we're also trying to balance that with the services that we provide to the community. And so it's of course not that it can't happen. And it's not, of course, that we would need, additional people just to change the definition. But what it does mean is that officers will have to take the time to write a report every time the rifle is displayed or taken out. And that does have an impact to the community. Every report that's written takes 30 minutes to an hour. I mean, we have a set report form that has to have all the information. They have to describe the use. Every report, because of the information that needs to be input into the system, will take at least 30 minutes to an hour. Most of these times when an officer is displaying a rifle, it's because it's kind of a major incident. We're encountering somebody that we believe to be armed. And so describing that situation and describing having the officer describe their role in that situation, and most of the times it's going to be more than one officer at these incidents. If we believe somebody is armed, it's going to be an incident where we have multiple officers responding. So for each one of them, once the incident is finished, for each one of them to take the time to write a report that takes 30 minutes to an hour at least, depending on the situation, that's time away from that officer being in their beat. And that's what my concern is. So that's, and taking this into consideration, I mean, like I said, we've talked about this extensively. We're trying to balance the concerns of the council and the community, and also balance that with our service to the community. And I believe that, this is going to take away a lot of significant time that we already don't have to provide to the community, to take police reports and respond to the calls that we have for service already. In these specific incidents, also, it takes a large contingent of officers to respond if we're talking about somebody with a gun, and it takes time. During that time to resolve the situation, all the calls that are coming into our dispatch center are backed up. When we clear a call like that, we have multiple calls for service holding, what we call holding, waiting for an officer to respond. And so if we're adding this element where we're having to write a report, we just want you all to be clear about what that will mean to our service time, our response time. Thank you.
What I'm understanding, what I'm getting from your explanation is that you don't write reports when rifles are used. Is that what you're saying?
We write reports when an officer deploys when an officer uses their rifle, which means they shoot their rifle off, then we do. But if we're responding to an incident, let's say somebody calls our dispatch center and says, there's a guy standing on his roof with a gun and he's firing off at, people in the street, and all of our officers are going to go to a call like that, and they're going to take their rifles, because you don't take a regular gun to a call where somebody has, a rifle or a gun. And so we're going to have at least, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 officers that respond. Some of them, not all of them will have a rifle, but some of them will have rifles. And what I'm saying is, if they take their rifles out, they don't shoot their rifles off, we're able to resolve that situation, then they go back in their cars and they go to the next call, unless it's their call. Only one officer writes a report in that situation where they're just, they're writing the report. Not every officer that was there. I hope that's clear.
Kind of, but I'll let other, Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the work. I have been meeting with you. I think the report is getting much better, but it needs to be much better. I think transparency is really important, especially with a department that use arms to service our community. And what our community is asking is not something that is unique or is out of what other departments are doing. And other departments are doing this, and we should be it really, if we want transparency, we want to improve the trust of the community and have a better relationship. This should be the community is asking that because they want to create a more trusting relationship with you guys. And I bring an example, and then I have some questions. A District 6 resident has been coming to City Council and the Community Police Review Commission to describe her incident where people police officers knock at her door with rifles that were really big, and she got really scared. And they were telling her that there was this situation with a person who was a terrorist. And they were according to her, over 20 people, I don't know how many were in that street. At the end, what happened was that it was a person who was unhoused or somebody who was even unarmed. So first, they show up with big rifles at her house that was really scared. Then they were giving a wrong information that it was just it caused a lot of trauma to her and the residents in that block. And if we are not reporting that, and she's coming here and say what is going on? And then we are saying, no, just this is what the police does. Then it's not okay. So I think we have an opportunity, and this is not something that we are here in Richmond created. This is coming from the Assembly bill 481. So it's not something that so what we are trying to do here is to be a really good department that report that doesn't, that is kind of like open and say like, we want to be the example for the state to really make sure that we are reporting in the best way that we can do. So that situation about not reporting, I think like you guys had guns. The service that you provide is with guns, and I value the service because we need it. I believe that we need police in our communities for some instance. But when you also say that it will take more time because you have a volume of 911 calls, and then what I hear is that the Richmond Police Office Association is blocking the hiring of the staff for the Community Crisis Response Program, then I am just kind of like, what, like, if you are saying that we had this block in the 911 calls, and we are saying that we also want to support that by getting the nonviolence call for other services, but at the same time, the union is blocking these hirings, then it's like what we are talking here about, right? So that is something that I am really frustrated about. So my question to you is, I think like in the memo, I think there is some contradictions of the definition of deployment. On one hand, the RPD says that deployment refers to the actual use of activation of a piece of equipment. This means the equipment is not just visible or carried by the officer, but refers to his operation action. On the other hand, it says that reporting on displays means officer will need to document every deployment of each piece of military equipment. So my question is, what is the truth there? Like, that is one question. And the other is like, I had two more questions and I will end with that.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the first question.
It's like, what is the contradiction? Like, why in one hand it says that deployment refers to actual use of activation of a piece of equipment? And this means that the equipment is not just visible or carried by the officer, but refers to its operational action. On the other hand, it says that reporting on displays means officer will need to document every deployment of each piece of military equipment. So my question are, what is it? And then the other part is that the SWAT team always deploy its assault rifles and launchers. And does RPA document each of SWAT team deployment? And if so, why can't you put simply record of the number of SWAT team deployments in the report on uses of assault rifles and launchers?
So I'll answer the second question first because I understand that better. The SWAT deployments are included in the 481 report. So anytime the SWAT team deploys, all of those deployments are included in that report and the equipment that they use. The first question I'm still a little bit unclear about.
There is a contradiction in your report. So.
What page number are you referring to?
I don't have the page number, I'm sorry.
Can you repeat your question?
So yeah, and I think like, so if you have like, and I am coming back to the first question to get at you, but if you say that the SWAT team reports, why can't you simply record the number of SWAT teams deployments in the report on uses of assault rifles and launchers? Is that there or not?
So yes, so all the information that you're asking for regarding specifically the SWAT team, it is in there. It is a healthy reminder that, you know, you guys are talking about staff and doing staff reports and how much time that takes. There is a lot of time that's taken to make sure that we're transparent, that we have the accurate information, and I'll be very frank, you know, when I do the reports, I want to make sure, because my name is behind it, I want to do a good report so you guys have the most accurate information that you can have. And so we really do put together all that information. When our teams go out, it's very important that we provide our staff with the resources they need to be successful in whatever situation it's there. Because situations, we have to plan for the what ifs. What if something goes bad and there's a hostage situation? What if there's a barricaded suspect? Does our staff, your employees, have the resources and the tools that they need to accomplish the mission safely? We don't want to get into a situation where they might not have the actual tools that we can to, so it's a less lethal encounter rather than a lethal encounter. And as far as the displays, you know, we listen to community members all the time. I want this to be as transparent for the council and for the public as we can. We're taking suggestions. If there's something in the report that's contradictory, I want to hear about it because I want to clear that up as best we can. So anything we can do, just please let us know.
Additionally, there were a couple other things I just want to address in your comments. One, we are in full compliance with military policy 481. With what the law requires. We are in full compliance. I understand you want to expand that with the display, and that's what we're talking about, but I just want to be clear that we are in full compliance. And the second thing is that nobody up here is on the RPOA. We are not the Police Officers Association. We are management. We are executive management. We run the department. We have no control over what a union does. I have no control over what a union does. That's union business. I'm here to run the department within the confines of what I can do. So I just want to make that clear also.
Yeah, no, and thank you so much for that, because sometimes it's difficult for me to understand when there are some advocacy around unionists that it gets confusing to me sometimes. So thank you for clarifying that.
None of us are in the RPOA.
Great. It's great, and thank you, because sometimes I get confused about that role. Okay. I think like going back to the first question is like what, and I don't know how to explain it more, but like the definition of deployment, it contradicts, and I want just to understand it. Like one thing, it says that deployment refers to the actual use of activation of a piece of equipment. But then in the other, say that in the reporting on displays means the officer will need to document every deployment of each piece of military equipment. So I
think I get where you're going.
Okay.
Okay. So when we talk about deployment, we're talking about the deployment of the actual equipment. So the use of it. So what is it intended to do? So when we deploy our command van, which is the van we take to, festivals and stuff like that, that's a deployment. It's being used for its purpose. Now, a rifle, what we call deployment of a rifle would be shooting the rifle, which is, I think, where we're getting into different understandings about deployment. For us, the deployment of a rifle is shooting the rifle off, where I think your deployment of a rifle means the display of it. And so that's the difference that we're talking about.
Actually, I think there's a finer difference. If I have a rifle and I hold it, I'm displaying it. If I point it at you, I'm deploying it. So the use of a rifle for intimidation is deployment. But I could have a rifle and display it and show it to you, and you don't feel intimidated because I'm displaying it. I'm not deploying it. So there's that fine distinction.
So I think when we get into the weeds of things, anytime we're deploying a rifle, when we have the rifle out, people might think that we're actually pointing it at somebody. We don't actually point a rifle at somebody until we're ready to shoot them, till we have our finger on the trigger and we're ready to shoot. We might have it at the low ready where it's pointed down. People might think that that might be pointed at them, but actually the deployment, the display, the actual use of the rifle isn't until we're ready to shoot at that person.
So you're saying you don't take it out until you're ready to use it?
No, you said that you could display it.
Okay,
And so
yeah.
our display, you talked about displaying it
Yeah.
as holding it like this might not be. Our display is actually holding it at the low ready also. It's
Okay,
not a
understood.
actual display.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think this is the issue that we are not resolving here, and I think it needs to be more specific. And it needs to be that we had that reporting of displacement and deployment. Because I think like when a person come here and said they were at my house with a big rifle, I got scared. And then you don't report that, and then we are hearing that, then how people are going to know what happened? Like we knew what happened because she came to the meeting, but it's not in the report, and so we need that to be part of the report. So thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, I too want to thank the RPD for your work on this, and I appreciate all the work that has went into this, and you're trying to be as transparent as possible, but I too agree that more work needs to happen to get this to be where it would be acceptable to the council and the community. I just want to start out by saying, I have a few questions, but I want to start out by saying that, you know, we have a situation in this country where we're getting more and more of a militarized culture. Now, this isn't something directed at RPD. It's the whole culture. And I think RPD and some of this militarized culture is becoming apparent in police departments and is also being pushed back at and required by way of an assembly bill to be transparent so that the public and council members or members of an elected body know what's going on. But we really do have to recognize that we are in a critical, I think one of the speakers said, we are in a critical period of time. And we really have to be clear, you know, that we don't want our culture to become militarized, and that means we want to make sure our police department, which is doing good work, and I'm not trying to say you're pushing this militarized culture, because I know you're not, but it is happening around us all, and so this is an opportunity for Richmond to show itself as being very accountable and very transparent. And so here are some of my questions. So in the military equipment policy, you state the following. Officers may use rifles in the following situations, and this is from the policy. When there is an objectively reasonable anticipation of an armed encounter, and then it goes on to say, situations where an officer reasonably expects the need to meet or exceed a suspect's firepower. End quote. So since these are uses under your policy, why should these uses not be reported in the annual report on uses of military equipment as AB 481 requires?
So I think it just goes back to the definition of uses. To us, the use is the actual firing. We can use our rifles when we encounter other people with guns. We can take them out and possibly use them to overcome the resistance that we have, the encounter that we have.
Okay, so that goes back to that definition of use, which we've been talking about. So this item says that AB 481 was created to report on deployment of equipment. AB 481 refers to deployment or other use of military equipment. What do you think that phrase, deployment or other use, means?
It goes back to what I said before, when we actually use the equipment. So if we shot a rifle off, that is a deployment, that's a use of the equipment. If we take the command van out, that is a use of the equipment. If we fly the drone, that is a use of the equipment.
Okay.
The activation of it.
So this says deployment or other use, not a use of deployment. It's talking about or other use.
So what's the difference between deployment and use? Because there's a distinction there in the language.
So I would say, in the realm of the work that we do in law enforcement, there as much as we would like things to be very defined and very exact and very specific, I think the language is recognizing the fact that what we actually do is very fluid in nature. A call that we're responding to where we think we're responding to a certain set of details in seconds turns into a completely different incident once we're there. And it's accounting for the rapidly evolving nature of first responders dealing with situations that don't necessarily abide by strict set of 1 + 1 = 2. It doesn't always happen that way. So there's leeway in the language for us to, and the council for that matter, to adopt a different, expand beyond just that exact and account for. So if we have to use something that extends beyond what we thought we were going to have to do, we have room, we have leeway to bring that forward into the report. So the nuance of use and display or deploy, it's very difficult to pigeonhole, because now we're really handcuffing folks, officers, when they're responding to incidences. I want to just kind of create a scenario for you. So you're so restrictive in such a manner that an officer does not access a tool that they think they may not need because of reporting requirements at the time. They don't think they'll need it. They get on scene, they get out there, they realize that it's expanded far greater than what this rapidly evolving situation. And now we potentially have an unsafe situation where maybe there's an officer unsafe, or there's a community member unsafe, or we're trying to get that officer back to their car and they can't get back to their car. I just want to caution about sometimes these incidences that we're talking about, they're not straightforward like we would want to look at them and like to think like, well, if an officer responds to this, then this is the response. We have to recognize the rapidly evolving nature of this job, of public safety, and what that means, what that looks like. And we need, and let me be very clear, we are very accountable to this council and to this community. There is no mistake from police management about who we serve and who we're accountable to. We're trying to create a situation that allows for both our officers and the community to be in safe environments and at the same time comply with the requests from the council and the requests of what is in AB 41. And to speak to Councilwoman McLaughlin, McLaughlin, the concern about some of these nuances, I think the law is trying to allow for the nuanced, rapidly evolving situations, and that it's not just a cookie cutter, things are the same way all the time. Every call that they go to is different, uniquely different. You go to one man with a gun call, and it's not going to necessarily be the same man with a gun call. You go to one domestic violence call, it's not going to be the next one is not exactly the same as the one they went to earlier in the day. And I just think that we have to recognize the fluidity sometimes of what happens in the world of public safety. And we're trying to keep folks safe, and we're trying to account for that. We're trying to recognize that, while at the same time being extremely accountable to this council and to our community.
Thank you. I want to repeat something that Vice Mayor Jimenez said. I think you presented a scenario about, hey, if somebody doesn't take their rifle because they're afraid they're going to have to do a report. I think you said something of that nature, and therefore making it an unsafe situation. Well, I think that one of the things that can help with the time that officers need to do their reports is what this council has been championing for a long time, is the CCRP, the Community Crisis Response Program. And we now have it underway, getting further underway, but I realize you're not representatives of the RPOA in any way, shape, or form, but that has been a barrier. And this council has been saying that we want to take some of the work away from police officers. And so here we are today still repeating that, and we want to get the CCRP program fully staffed. And, that's a problem. Now, I just want to also go back to saying that I'm more concerned about this whole militarized culture that we're seeing emerge around us. But I have a few more questions. So during law enforcement operations, what are the reasons for pointing a firearm at a person?
We would point a firearm at a person if we are encountering somebody that is non-compliant, we're trying to take into custody, that we believe has a weapon on them. Those are instances in which we would point a firearm at somebody.
Okay, so would that not be a use of the firearm?
So it's also, like I said before, we're pointing it at a low ready. So what you might describe as pointing it at somebody, it's at a low ready. We're taking it out, we have it at a low ready. It's not necessarily pointed at the person, but we have it out, it's at the low ready and ready in case we need to fire at the person.
So have you never pointed it at a person and then taken the gun down because the suspect complied or whatever? You're making it seem like, yes, you do it when you're prepared to shoot, but there must be times when you don't shoot because compliance. Is that a correct or incorrect statement?
I think just to be clear, I think we're going back and forth and debating over the definition of use, and I think that's to your point, Councilwoman. It's when, yes, let's say even if you do point a rifle at somebody for a specific reason, your argument is that that classifies as a use. What we're saying is that the actionable act of that device is what constitutes a use. So that's where the debate is. I think it's just we have a difference of opinion on that. If I have a flashbang and I'm holding it in my hand, if just me holding it in my hand is not the use, right? Even if I say I have a flashbang, it's not the use. But now if I pull the pin and I deploy it and it goes off, it goes bang, which it's supposed to do, that's the action of the device. I think that's where the
So let me, okay, thank you for that. And let me just ask you then, why, well, first of all, are you aware that POST, which I'm sure you're aware of what POST stands for, but for the public at large, it's the California Commission on Peace Officers Standards and Training. So POST guidelines recommend, and I could read it to you here. So the standards on use of force policy created by POST explicitly say that pointing a firearm should be governed by use of force policy, and each instance of pointing a weapon should be reported. They say, quote, "The pointing of a firearm at an individual is considered a non-deadly use of force," end quote. So I guess my question to you is, since your policy isn't including that, would you consider incorporating into RPD's general order on use of force the pointing of a firearm as a reportable non-deadly use of force as post guidelines recommend? And I just want to, before you answer that, state that there is the option of creating some kind of a template with checking the boxes so that time for time for taking away, making it very easy to create a report. Just check the box that a rifle was used or was pointed at someone or was taken out or whatever. So that is, doesn't seem like it would be very hard to do, to create such a template. So that's a suggestion. And the question is, would you consider incorporating pointing of a firearm as a reportable non-deadly use of force?
So I actually started off this with the fact that we would, and that's what we're trying to balance. So we can report this stuff. I've said that from the beginning. We can report this. The issue is the time and the effort that it will take to do that. So I know you talk about a template that would be used. So for 481, for every deployment already, there's a process that our officers have to go through to make sure that it's reported for 481. We actually put a narrative on our website, so that's extra narratives, on our website. So I'm just talking about the extra time and effort. And I know you say, a checkbox or a template might not be, that's not time consuming, but that's not gonna tell the picture. We need to be able to, officers need to be able to recall later why that was. And if it's just a checkbox, that's not recalling. They need to write a narrative so that they can refresh their memory when called upon to be able to talk about why they displayed the firearm. So it's not that we can't do it. I've said that we can. It's just going to take some time and effort, and it will mean that there's less officers on the street to actually do work, because they are going to be writing reports that take more time. A report will need to get written. That's how the 481 report is generated. That's how we document things, and we can do that. I just want to be clear so that later, if the community is complaining about response times, that this is an issue. I just want to be clear about that.
Mayor, if I may, I think what we've said in the report is that we were asking the council to adopt the 2023 report, and that at this juncture that there hadn't been adequate staff with 121 officers, so that at mid-year request we were going to ask for some additional admin staff to provide support to implement this. So that's what was noted in the staff report, just to refresh the council.
Councilmember Willis?
Well, as I said, Councilmember McLaughlin kind of took some of my suggestions, but I'll still go back. I'll try to be brief. There was one thing that was said that I kind of missed because there was some commotion. It was mentioning, like, if there's like 6 officers that show up to a scene, that's where I missed. Is like one officer who was at the scene supposed to write the report for everybody, or all 6 of them have an individual report that they're writing for their account, which I'm assuming is the latter.
So the officers that have an active role, so if Captain Lopez handcuffed the person or interviewed him, if there's an active role, so there might be 6 people that show up, a couple officers might display a rifle, but not everybody's going to actually write a report unless they discharged it, they had an active role. So what's being asked is that all 6 officers that show up that displayed a rifle write a report, and that's not currently what we do. It's only the officers that either made an arrest or had an active role in the incident that write the reports.
Okay. Well, one thing, thank you for that clarity. One thing that I was going to suggest, because I know usually we have other presentations that come up with the police department and various things that are going on when it comes to recruitment and other issues. We're talking about what goes into a police report, but I haven't seen what one of your police reports actually look like to comment on how it could be improved. Because as you just rebutted a little bit on the checkbox, which I was like, hey, yeah, just was a firearm brandished? I can't say that word, forgive me, but was a firearm displayed? Check yes. And then going into the description saying officers were right on the scene because of the intensity of the scene, officers displayed their firearms to prepare to deploy them in case, unless the whatever, just adding like that sentence on like, why did you brandish your firearm to begin with? But that's also going back to saying like, whenever this issue comes back, I think it would be important just to show like what an actual police report looks like what are some of the fields that need to be filled out and everything, so this council and the public can understand like the time and capacity it takes to put those together. So, because, yeah, as somebody who's had a firearm pointed at them more times than I care to admit, you know, having that just displayed, even though it wasn't deployed or used, is a traumatic experience. And, you know, I would rather everybody have their weapons remain in their holsters in general. So if we're talking about transparency, for me personally, I'm just looking for like a sentence or two that just says, hey, we arrived to the scene was hostile, we brandished our firearms in case it was going to escalate to where we needed to deploy them to help describe the incident, just adding that additional thing. So that's just my comments to it. I would suggest whenever this does come back for additional comment, just actually showing what are the police reports that officers have to fill out and how extensive and detailed they are, so we are making an informed decision on the type of information we're asking for the officers to incorporate when they are at an incident. Because just thinking about it as an average person, think about what Vice Mayor brought up. If I am just minding my own business in my house and somebody knocks on the door, actually I did have an officer knock at my door once. They were trying to see if one of my neighbors was involved in a hit and run. Wasn't their car, but they showed up without a firearm brandished, so it was just a nice conversation. But if somebody shows up even like this saying, hey, we heard there was some hostility in the area. Have you heard of anything? I'm gonna be freaked out. Like, what do you mean hostility? You showing up to my house with a gun saying, have I seen anybody? And then you're gonna leave? I'm gonna be wondering if that person's still around. So, you know, it's just helpful just to know that for that sake of transparency and just knowing that those experiences are being recorded. I'm just asking for like a sentence or two personally, but that's coming from not knowing exactly what goes into your report. And I just think it would make the public feel better knowing like we are making that distinction, because when I hear deployed, I know your definition, but deployed to me means you took it out your holster. Firing it means something else different. When you're deploying something, you're taking it out, getting ready for a situation to escalate, but that's how that translates to me. I know that's not the definition you're reporting on. So that's just my comments on the issue. Just next time, if possible, come back, show us what a police report looks like, the details that need to go into it. And because you're already having these conversations, if there's any suggestions based off of the feedback tonight on easiest way to streamline it that doesn't take any too much more capacity out of officers in those situations, that'd be good. But, you know, I think we're needing to move to a place where we have to find a happy middle ground on how we're describing weapons being displayed versus being deployed. And the public's idea of deployed is you're using the gun.
Just
by taking it out of its holster. I'll finish that. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no,
Attorney.
no. What's before the council tonight is the 2023 annual report. And then the 2024 annual report is expected to go in February. And we just want to clarify that what you're asking for is kind of on a moving forward basis to make these modifications. So obviously the 2023 report, you know. Yeah. Okay.
That's I'm just speaking for myself
for the
personally,
future.
but yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you for the presentation, and I also would like to thank you for your service. I would like to underline the fact that our police department is accountable, at least Ever since I joined the council, I've been following very closely, and I would like to appreciate the extra training you have initiated, Police Chief French. I'm also against military weapons, and I wish we didn't have them. I'm just curious, how often do you see them in the hands of residents, and what do you see, if you could provide some examples?
So last year, we took over 200 guns off the streets here in Richmond, 240 guns off the streets here in Richmond. I'm not sure if they were all rifles. I'm sure there were some handguns, but these are the things that we're encountering on a daily basis, people with guns.
Thank you. So I'm still unclear on what you're being asked to do by the council. Are we asking them to have a report of when a gun is being pointed at a person? Is that your understanding, that you're supposed to add that to the report?
I think my understanding is that anytime an officer goes on a call and takes their rifle out, then that's what the council is asking us to report on that.
Displayed? I thought Councilmember McLaughlin said that anytime it's pointed at someone.
I asked some questions about pointing in, but other questions were more broadly about any displaying. So I was just asking some specifics.
Got it. Thank you. So the city manager said if we hire more administrative people, the problem would be solved. Is that your view as well, or do we need to hire more officers?
If I may, one of the requests that we made was for additional admin staff, so then that way that in terms of allowing police to focus on patrol, but I wouldn't say that that unilaterally solves the problem, if I may clarify. Thank you.
I appreciate that, but I would like to ask the police chief's opinion about it. If we add this requirement, how many more police officers would you need, or how much more overtime would you need?
It's hard to say because we haven't been accounting for this. We don't know how many displays there will actually be. I know that it will take significant time in report writing, and if we want to be able to provide service and respond to calls, we would need more officers. I can't give you a number.
Okay. Any estimate on the number of cases that if a gun is pointed at someone, not just display, pointed directly?
I think I think we'll get in pointing it at somebody and displaying it. I think that there will be some controversy over what we would consider pointing and displaying. Like I said before, when we take it out at the low ready, we're actually not pointing it at somebody, although it may look like that to somebody. So I think what the council is asking for is even those displays, even though we're not technically pointing it at somebody, but we are displaying it in a manner that is at the low ready and we can quickly be able to address a threat.
And I know it's a horrible experience for someone, especially innocent, facing a police officer with a gun pointing at them. But I wonder how many times has it happened? Do we have any statistics?
We don't keep track of it, but I know Councilmember Jimenez has brought up a situation that has happened in her district a couple times during this conversation. And in that particular instance, there were two agencies, actually more than that. Our agency, Richmond PD, and San Pablo PD were actually actively searching for a man that was said to be armed, who had kidnapped his girlfriend and had threatened to kill her. We had been searching for him. He repeatedly told the girlfriend he was going to kill her, kidnapped her. When he saw the police, he took off and ran. We believed he was armed, and so we had a search party out there for him. And this had been going on. There were different instances of domestic violence between the two for a week, and we had not been able to catch him. So we had him pinned in a certain area, and we were able to take him into custody. But we believed that he was armed, and so we had our officers were armed. San Pablo officers were armed. We had rifles. We were searching for this person. And luckily, we were able to find him after many hours.
I see. So I'm thinking about the trade-off. You said if police officers have to write a report, it's going to take a minimum 30 minutes to an hour, maybe more. As I've written to you in numerous emails, I receive many complaints from people in my district that they do not receive adequate service from the police officer because you're understaffed. There was a post on Nextdoor with like a couple of hundred of comments, people talking about Richmond Police not being available, especially for quality of life issues. So I believe it's a trade-off, and we need to decide which direction to go. But I strongly believe if we have to have reports of display, then we need to have more officers. So can you keep track and provide estimates if you're mandated to do so, so the city council knows how many more police officers you may need to do so without reducing the level of service? I know you're already understaffed. I mean, you're supposed to have like 240 officers according to Matrix report, but you only have 120, like half. So is that possible to at least keep track in case this goes through?
Well, I think keeping track means to write a report, and that's what I think we're discussing right now.
No, keeping track of the level of service reduction due to reporting, so we can compensate for that by adding more police officers.
Not sure I understand.
Well, I guess we can easily calculate that later on by the number of reports and the number of hours.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I don't want to beat the dead horse more between deployment and use, but I think I get it. I am deploying my pen. I am using my pen. Okay. Now, thank you. Because I was out of Google, and Google was confusing me more. Thank you. All right, now, it shows that, want to confirm, that you might already be reporting. So it sounds like in the situation you just gave us, where there was San Pablo Police, Richmond Police searching for this individual, I'm assuming that at the end of that search, there was a report that came out and that potentially talked about how many officers, guns deployed. What did the report say in that instance there?
No, the report will cover, what we were there for, what we were called there for, what we did when we were there, and taking the person into custody, the use of the drone. So it was actually reported in 481 because we did use the drone in this instance. That's actually how we found him, with the use of the drone. So that's what the report will cover, but the officer's not going to recover that. So if I was writing the report, I would, cover the incident, everything that happened, but I'm not going to say Captain Lopez was there with his rifle, and because everybody uses their equipment because of what they believe, what they encounter, so it's up to that individual officer to write why they decided to display their particular equipment. Right now, if they're not using it, then they don't write a report.
Okay.
Just the officer that kind of covers the incident as a whole, but he's not going to cover what everybody else does. Each officer has to cover for themselves what they do in a report.
And all those other officers go in service.
Oops, I'm sorry. Say that again.
I was just saying, and all those other officers, they go in service instead of adding to the report. So some might write supplements, but everybody else goes back into service and starts answering calls for service.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the report, and thank you for your time.
Councilmember Robinson?
Oh. I was sitting here listening, and I just feel really challenged I feel like I've been on both sides of the equation, where I've been with my brother and been in a situation where young people who work for me through Urban Tilth on the Greenway were, forced by police officers to the ground with their guns drawn, because they thought they were somebody else. And that those young people were traumatized as they were working in the garden to be forced to the ground at gunpoint by the police. And that incident, of course, wasn't reported because it wasn't them, it wasn't who they were looking for, it wasn't, it wasn't whatever. So it just disappears as if it never happens, even though it leaves this indelible mark on the young people who were involved. And then on the other hand, I've also been someone who's had a gun pointed to her head in the old Lucky's supermarket when people came in to rob it, and really wanted people to come in and stop that as we're all being held at gunpoint. And I don't want the people who are needing to stop that to not have the right tools at hand. So I'm feeling challenged here. I'm feeling challenged because, in my neighborhood, you hear automatic guns. Close. We sit in our living room and we, are like, ooh, that wasn't firecrackers. And I'm not the one that has to deal with that. And I'm listening to what people say, and I'm hearing, I don't want it to be invisible when people are being abused, when there's an overstep. And I don't want to impede when we need help. And so I'm also I'm asking the council, what is it that you really want? What are we solving for here? And I'm not clear, quite honestly. I'm not sure that what I really want is more paperwork. What I want is more safety. And I'm not sure that the way that we get there is through more paperwork. And at the same time, I don't want the incident that happens every day to young people, to people who look like me, people who look like my brother, my uncle, they all have stories where they were unjustifiably stopped, had guns pointed at them by the police, all of them. I don't want that to be invisible. So I guess it's like I'm sitting here kind of struggling because I'm not quite sure what the right answer is. And I feel like there's pieces of the puzzle that I just don't understand, because I also feel like, this is a report about military weapons, but I'm hearing gun. But the regular officer's guns is not exactly what this report is about. And the experience that people that I've been talking about, those were regular guns, right? That wasn't a military rifle that was being pulled. So that wouldn't really be what we're talking about in terms of this report. And then I guess I have other questions too about these military weapons, do officers carry them on them all the time? I would imagine that you have to access them and use them and bring them on purpose because you're anticipating the possibility of some kind of a situation. And so, just in my mind, I'm like, is there some way to automate when somebody accesses it, so we just at least can count when that was accessed? I feel like we need to think a little bit more about this. I feel like there's just to leave it at, I am not convinced that what we need is more paperwork to achieve the goal of more safety.
I really appreciate your comments, Councilmember Robinson, because I feel the exact same way that you feel. More paperwork, writing a report for every display is not going to change any actions. And there is a recourse if somebody is using a gun in a manner that's not within policy. There's recourse for that. There's a complaint policy. We have CPRC. We have our own OPA, Office of Professional Accountability, where people can make complaints. So there are recourses. There's ways for us to investigate that display or deployment to make sure it was within policy. There's training. That's why I agree, and that's why we've been talking about what is the balance here. We want to be able to provide services to our residents. We want to be able to respond to calls for service as quickly as possible. We don't want people waiting hours. And in discussing this and really trying to wrap our heads around how can we incorporate all of your recommendations into this report, because we want to do that, those are the things that we are balancing. And those are the things that I'm struggling with. Because writing a report and having every officer write a report for this is not going to change that it happened. It's just going to be documented. And if the reason for the documentation is so that we know every time it happened, I don't know what I understand, you know, we want to make sure that it's being used, but if it's not, if there's a complaint about it, we have ways to investigate that complaint.
I'm curious, how many times do you use wrong word, how many times do you
Deploy, display, we don't know because we don't track that. We used it twice in 2023 and 0 times in 2024.
But you don't know how many times you actually took them out to
No, we don't track that. I think that's why we're having this conversation.
Well, then I think in terms of accountability, it might be just, just having a wall where you put a little mark every time you use it. You know, that way we know every time you take it out. It would give us a better idea of how much need there is for the military grade equipment. You know, but at this point, there's no way for us to know.
So let's run with that suggestion. And we have a board in our office, and we just put a tally on there. I'm sure your question's going to be next, well, why did you take it out? And we are not going to be able to go back and tell you why we took it out unless we write a report.
Right. So
we can't just tally. This is not just something that we can just tally up and give you a number, because you're going to ask what those numbers mean and what happened in that instance. So we can't just tally it and give you a number.
So you're saying that we can just ignore it and
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we can decide if we write a report or if we don't write a report.
But if you don't write a report, you're essentially ignoring the fact that it was taken out.
We're not ignoring the fact. I mean, if there's instances in which somebody's taken into custody and there's a report written, but in those instances, not everybody's going to write a report. If the direction is that everybody write a report, then we will do that. I just want you to understand what that means for our service. That's what that's the bottom line.
I'm having a hard time understanding why you don't know how many times you've taken the equipment out.
That's not something that we've ever tracked.
And you can't track it without writing. There must be a report every time it's taken out, isn't there?
No.
Only on occasions where it was fired.
Correct.
That I don't know that, you know, I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing you because you have been doing a fantastic job. I appreciate all that you do, and especially my conversations with Officer Tim Simmons, who is an excellent representative of the police force, and you as well. I tout what you do anytime I go to other cities. I tell them about how wonderful our police service is. It's so wonderful that we don't have incidences like Ferguson or it's, we don't see that here because of the quality of the work that you do. But because we're good doesn't mean that we can't become better. And that's why we're, asking for more more information. As a teacher, I had to write reports on 33 students. And every time something happened, in terms of, grades excelling or grades dropping or behavioral issues, I had to write a report. And if I didn't write those reports, I couldn't explain to the parents what happened because they would say it's just it's just your opinion. So there is value in paperwork, and I think the purpose of paperwork is for accountability. It may not provide more safety, but it does provide accountability.
I get that. We actually write hundreds of reports every single month, hundreds of reports. So this will just be adding to the number.
Okay, so I believe, but.
Thank you. So I just wanted to mention that we do have fortunately, the Community Police Review Commission. So perhaps we need to educate the residents to bring cases that they think they've been unfairly subjected to a gun being pointed at them rather than forcing our police officers to do it. And I'm very concerned about the fact that you're struggling to hire more police officers and adding this to their list of homeworks. They may not just apply for a job in Richmond. We may lose the opportunity to hire more police officers. And I just wanted to thank you again for your service and say I'm sorry you have to go through this, but we are trying to become a better city.
Councilmember Robinson? Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
So thank you. I think this discussion is about, we are talking specifically about the military equipment and how that military equipment is being used, because we know that militarizing of our police in many places is an issue and is a problem in some cases. So if we don't have any way to know how this is being used, deployed, and displaced, then there is a little bit of lack of accountability. Berkeley does it. And Berkeley, I would love if you can ask them how they do it. Because right now they are also not having a lot of police force, but they are doing it. So I just feel like yes, I think this also is providing safety, because there is one thing about that, it's always saying oh, the crime is down, but the perception of crime is up. It's always saying like that, like people think that it's not safe, but the numbers are actually showing us different things, but the perception. So this is also about perception of how people feel safe. And if we cannot, I just think that, if we are just battling here for really having a report that is how we use the military equipment, that is just like these big rifles and weapons, right? And if we don't use it that much, then it should not be that much work. But I think like when somebody chose to a house with a big rifle, even if it's not pointing, like, and also like, or if it's pointing at somebody, even if it's not shooting, but it's pointing, or it's just trying to point, that caused some trauma to the community and to the people that are there. And if we are not able to know in a report what happened, then it's just like, it becomes your work versus my work, which is what happened right now. Is your work about how these men, you thought that he was armed. But what the woman said was like, he wasn't armed. So she thought that he wasn't representing a big threat to the community. But because it wasn't reporting in a way that we can look at it, then it becomes the residents' work versus the police work. And that is what we are trying to avoid here. And I agree with Councilmember Robinson. They say, like, when there is somebody pointing a gun at you, you want to have people like the police to show up and save the day. And like that has to be also reported, right? So I just feel like what we are asking is that this report gets a little bit more data, that when things are going in the community, we can just have that and say like exactly what happened, like if this, like why you use that guns. Because I know like you have some, like sure enough, I believe that you use that because you have a real reason. It's not like you are using that just to display it. But it needs to be reported. And I think like if you say that it's not a lot of use, then it won't need to be that. So I would love to have a report of what Berkeley does or what other, like San Diego does, because it's like, what we want to do is just like have some accountability and that people feel safe in cases of these weapons and military weapons are used in the community and are displaced. Thank you.
Maybe I wasn't clear, but there is a report that, I mean, there's an incident report, even if they're like, we search for somebody and we don't find them, so an actual police report isn't written, there's always a way for us to go back to see why we responded, what the call was. And so there's always a way for us to have some more understanding as to around why an officer might have taken out
So
a
why
rifle.
don't you put that they use a gun? Like if the military gun, like military rifle or military equipment was used, why is not put in there as kind of like, well, you are reporting already what happened, then you said, I deploy, because of this situation, we use that. Like, I don't understand.
So when somebody calls us, somebody calls, 911 or whatever and says there's somebody here with a gun, and officers, let's say we all go out and we search for this person and we go out with our rifles to search for this person, but we don't find them, then we're not going to write a police report. But there's an incident report from dispatch from the call that they took and the officers that responded, and then a clearance of the call, which will probably be, what we call MCR 23, is we didn't find anything. But it's just a note in the, what we call the CAD system. So a police report doesn't actually need to be written for that. So those kinds of details aren't put in there because it's only the details that are provided to dispatch. So I just want to be clear, there's always a way to pull up the incident, even if a police report isn't written. But what you're saying, I mean, what I understand is you actually want a report written so that we can so we can keep track of those things?
I think we could start out. It sounds like the MCR 23 and the incident reports are like a tally with a little more.
But they don't document each deployment of a rifle. It doesn't say a rifle deployed. We don't have that type of. And let's say we use that system to, put another code that we can clear, that we can recall later. It's not going to say all the officers. It'll just say a rifle is deployed in that particular situation, but it's not going to have a tally of all the officers that deployed that rifle.
That would be a good beginning.
That could be a beginning.
Okay.
If I could add, Mayor, you mentioned about improvements, and I think everybody here can agree there's always room for improvement. That's what we tell our patrol officers, to our most veteran individuals, even on our SWAT team. There's always room for improvement, so I understand that 100%. That's why we invest so much time into our training. Training is very valuable. We're one of the few agencies that do monthly training, whether it's going to be range training at the range, whether it's going to be de-escalation training, force-on-force training, or shoot-don't-shoot scenarios. We really encompass training into everything that we do monthly, not once a year, like which Post recommends once a year. We do it monthly. So I wanted to comment on that. Secondly, I looked up Berkeley's 2023 report, and I'm gonna need some help finding where it's they use display. They used in 2023, they used their rifle once, and it was an actual shooting where they had an officer-involved shooting regarding an incident. I read the entire, or I went through the entire report on the usages, and I couldn't find that. And then the bigger agencies, if they are doing more as far as documenting the display, it's because they're bigger agencies. They have that time and those resources and that money, which at this point we don't have.
Councilmember Robinson?
Okay, so, if it were possible to find a compromise here where the incident report could have a notation of when military level equipment is being used or being accessed, if there was a easy-ish automated way to add that to an incident report, I think that might be helpful. And as a kind of a compromise, I don't know if there's software out there or some kind of code that you could put I don't know how people access this equipment. But if there's some gatekeeper to the access of that equipment where you can attach it to an incident, I feel like that would be helpful.
I think a start would be as we're talking through this and we talk about a clearance of a call and say, I'm just trying to, thinking off the top of my head, and I don't know if this will actually work. And as I'm thinking, I'm like, oh, this might not work. But if there was
I want to put you on the spot. Maybe put it, thinking about it and whatever. But I do want to bring up that I feel like I heard tonight people talking about not just military equipment.
Right.
Like the pointing of guns in general. And I feel like that's where I don't agree, is what I'm trying to say. I don't agree that it's necessary to every single time you point a gun at somebody that you need to write a detailed report. I don't agree. I feel like the fact that you have a gun and you have to assume that you have a gun because you're prepared to use it if necessary. I don't think that we need to be splitting hairs on deployment and use and pointing and all. It is a threat. For me, when I see an officer and they have their gun in their holster, it's a threat. So I don't see the difference between whether or not it's pointed at me or whether or not it's in their holster. That is the point of a gun. It is a threat. And I just don't see the point in investing energy and time in that. I think that we need to focus on this particular issue of militarization of police, how many, tracking and understanding, if we're using it properly, how many times are we using it, when is it being taken out, for what reasons, just so there is this level of accountability. But let's do it in a way where it's appropriate,
And this is why we are talking about military equipment.
I'm talking, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah. I feel pretty strongly about this. It's hard when you're on a council where you mostly agree and you have something that you actually honestly disagree on. And I'm just saying that I honestly disagree. I think we need to think smart about this. I think we need to think about what it is that what is the outcome that we want to have, and work together to go towards that outcome. And I think that there's been a lot of mushy talking here, where when we're talking about guns and pointing guns that are just regular service revolvers, they're not military equipment, they're not flashbangs, they're not all this other stuff. And I think we need to focus in and really understand and create the simplest systems to make sure we get the information that we need, and only the information that we need. We're not trying to create exhaustive bureaucracy for no good point. At least I'm not trying to create exhaustive bureaucracy for no good point. So that's. I hope there's a compromise here, maybe a tech-related compromise where we can track the deployment explicitly of military equipment, and maybe attaching it to incident reports.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I think like what I am trying to be clear is that we are talking about military equipment, and we are trying to be making sure that that military equipment, we know at least tally it to know how many times, who were there, because I see, again, I see like it becomes kind of like, oh, why this person is using that in this situation when it can be just the gun, right? So it's just like we have this military equipment that we need to be accountable on how we use that in a way that we can report it. And I am not trying also to make a big report, but like, and this is what I am asking, like, well, how do you report that? Like you say you tally it. Like how, so I think like is what we are trying to say, like we want to have a little bit more information about how that use is and not just when they shoot and deploy. We want to know, so we know like if that actually this military equipment is necessary or not in our communities. And we can say like yes or not, or in these cases yes or more. So it's just more accountability for what people are feeling, that when the police show with this big rifle and military equipment is we have some answer, real data, and not just saying no, well we didn't report because we don't do it. So I think like it can be a middle ground where in the next report, we can have more information that is not like adding 30 minutes to an officer to report it, because there is so many other reports. So that is I just want to make sure that I say that, because I think like we are kind of like losing track of like definition, and we are talking specifically clear about the military equipment. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that we are all in agreement in terms of trying to provide accountability without excess bureaucracy. You know, so that's why we've been, you know, trying to come up with ideas to help you be more exacting in terms of the times that you take weapons out of the cases. And it seems like you have that information already, because anytime you take those weapons out, you have to assign them to someone, don't you? Isn't there paperwork saying that particular officers took particular weapons, or are they just grab them and go?
To answer your question, patrol rifles, they are assigned to officers who, after they get the training, and it's extensive training that we provide, and we go over AB 41, we go over all of our procedures. So they already have the rifles with them. We don't give them out each day.
Okay, so they carry them with them in their patrol cars? Or,
They're locked in an electronic lock.
Right, yes, of course.
Yeah, and then it becomes one with the car, so to speak, and that's
Right,
their responsibility, their whole employment with us. Yeah.
Understood.
It's a check mark without knowing the circumstances and details is not sufficient and may raise more questions. But listening to everyone here, I think it'd be nice if you could educate us a bit more about what you do by inviting us to witness what you do. Why don't you invite the city council members for a tag-along day and let us see what circumstances you face, how long it takes you to write reports, and just what you do on a daily basis. Seriously, because all we hear about the police, usually just the term police automatically comes with brutality. That's, what unfortunately the media has been focusing after, certain incidents during Black Lives Matters and everything. And I know that our police department in the city of Richmond is doing a lot to clear the mentality and change the culture of the police department too. But I think it'd be very useful if you could please invite us for a one-to-one, just going on your car and see what you do on a daily basis. That'd be appreciated.
We would love for you all to come on a ride-along, each one of you.
I'm sorry?
We would love for each one of you to come on a ride-along.
Thank you.
This is way too long of an item. Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion, and also before my motion, I've been in ride-alongs before, so thank you for that. But I would like to make a motion to move forward with the item, which is adopt the 2023 report. And then we've already received the recommendations. There's no action on that one. We're just adopting the report, or receiving and adopting the report.
I second that.
I would like to make a substitute motion. And this motion is, first of all, I want it to be simplified, so this is going to be a simplified motion to adopt the 2023 annual military equipment report. And when you come back with the 2024 report, to include a simplified method of tracking both displaying and deployment and reporting on these incidents. So in that time period, you could look at Berkeley's way of doing it. And I do think, so the motion is to, when you come back, to include reporting on a simplified manner of reporting on displaying and deployment, which could include just a tally. I do think just a tally would be helpful, because at least it gives the council a chance of knowing how many times military equipment is being displayed as well as being deployed. So that's my motion.
I second that.
I'd like to offer, or try to offer, a friendly minute to focus first on deployment, since we don't even have deployment figures at this time. When military equipment is deployed, we're not tracking that. Let's start there and see what comes back before we start to track every single time it's displayed as well. Because I would imagine that when it's deployed, it's going to be displayed, right? That's the point of deploying.
But I thought we already had that.
Mayor?
Yeah, that's what's in the report.
That's what's in the report. The deployment is in there.
The way we define deployment. So there were, in 2023, if we're just specifically talking about the rifles, there were 2 instances in which it was deployed. In 2024, there were 0 instances.
So we're getting into the semantics again. By deployment, do you mean using it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm talking about deployment as in taking it, accessing it, and taking it to an incident.
That's the question.
Okay.
That's the thing that we are trying to figure it out.
Okay. And is that different than pointing it? Or you just have it on your person? Okay, so, okay, fine, I'll leave it as is. If that is the definition, then
Mayor?
disregard it.
There was a motion and a second. Do we have a roll call?
Councilmember, this
Yes.
is the substitute motion.
On the substitute motion.
Councilmember Bonner?
Mayor, do you want to have clarifications from the city attorney or the chief? This, just to be clear, that this would be prospective, like you, so for the 2024 report, so as the motion was made respectfully, that cannot be implemented.
Right, yeah,
So it
yeah.
would be
So it would move forward into the 2025 report. Because the 2024 has
Yes,
already been.
but that's not what the motion said, so
No.
I just want to clarify, okay?
Okay, that is what it was. That is what is the intent of the motion.
So, Madam Clerk, can you repeat the motion? So, okay, so we have clarity on what the motion is. So
This is a substitute motion by Councilmember McLaughlin, seconded by Vice Mayor Jimenez, to adopt a resolution accepting the 2023 annual military equipment report, report determining that the military equipment in 2023 complied with the Richmond.
No, it was simple. It was adopt the 2023 annual military equipment report and come back with a prospective agreement or prospective process for displaying, for both displaying and deployment, tracking and reporting.
And you just want to tally?
In the report, to have the numbers of tracking and reporting come to us in the come to the council in the 2025. But in the 2024, which will be coming in a month or so, you can describe the process that you will be using for the 2025 process.
That was simple.
It wasn't so simple, I guess.
So, sorry to muddy the waters here, but I think that the recommended action, it would be cleaner if we had adopt a resolution accepting the 2023 annual military equipment report because it has.
The reason I didn't include that in there is because I'm not sure exactly if what we're approving in terms of the policy 707 and with the recommended amendments. So basically, you're including the amendments that were talked about from the past council report. And so you would come back with a new resolution. All right, so it's fine to, I'm sorry, Pam, but I'm okay with saying, is that okay with you? Okay, so we're going to adopt the resolution accepting the 2023 annual military equipment report, determining that the military equipment in 2023 complied with RPD policy 707, and determining that that policy 707 will be accepted with recommended amendments. So that is the motion, along with what I stated before, and I won't state it again.
Okay. We ready?
I'm not clear.
Council-
So are we accepting the report and then directing the police chief to come up with a proposal to do this?
For
Starting
2025.
2025?
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll discuss it then. Okay.
Let's go.
Any more questions? Okay. Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
I'm going to abstain.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yeah, I'll abstain as well.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Robinson and Zepeda abstaining. And our last item on the agenda is reports of officers. This includes referrals to staff and general reports, including the AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Yes. Go ahead, please.
All right, I'll start off with a quick one here. I want to thank staff, especially Parks, everyone that helped out put together the wonderful snow day. It grew in size, and it was a great, great, great event. Great to see so many kids of all ages and adults running around and sliding on the snow. We had the kids section. We had the older kids section. And then in the middle, every once in a while, the adults would throw some miscellaneous ice to each other, and they were having a lot of fun. I do wish that we could make this bigger. I know I'm adding more to staff, but it was such a wonderful event. It grew. There was a picture with Santa. There was a lot of different events happening. It was bigger than last time, and I just hope that we make it even bigger and an annual event that Richmond can host to give our community an opportunity to play with snow, because a lot of individuals might not actually get that opportunity because it is expensive and is far away to sometimes travel. But that was a really great opportunity. Wanted to just call that out. And Happy New Year to everyone. So that's it for my report for now. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, this is my last council meeting, so I'm very pleased to have worked with everyone, and I know there will be at the next meeting, which will not be a meeting, it'll be a swearing-in ceremony for the new council members, and those Councilmember Willis and I will be leaving the dais, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to say a few words, so I'm not going to say a few words right now, but I will give a little update on a couple of the things I've been working on. First of all, I want to give an update on the Marina Bay Farmers Market, which is going great, and I want to thank Urban Tilth for all the support. We have Teresa Dixon working with city staff. I want to thank city staff for all its work, and encourage people to come out. It's been really well attended. There's all kinds of fruits and vegetables from the farmers, and many multicultural prepared foods, and there's non-food vendors. We have gourmet sandwiches. We have Brazilian treats. There's a flower bouquet shop. There is African elegant clothing. There's homemade candle soaps, and other various toys. There's a gourmet mushroom vendor that will be starting soon. There's entertainment. There's various forms of, there's art for kids, there's chess, there's coloring, there's story time, there's Gaia Yoga that is often is holding free classes on the lawn. So there's a lot happening at the Marina Bay Farmers Market, and it happens from 10 to 2 every Sunday. So everyone, please come out and enjoy a day at Marina Bay Park, which is where this farmers market is held at. And I also just want to say that the neighborhood scale electrification project still keeps going. They're working at getting some funding for this project, and ACE is doing a great job, as well as city staff and other community groups involved with that in seeking out funding. I know there was a hope for one grant that did not happen, but other grants will be sought, and I'm still going to follow that and cheerlead for that. I also want to say that I'll continue to work on the sea level rise plan with the community and on unhoused solutions, work with community and service providers. So I'll still be doing things in the community. You'll see me around, and I'll look forward to continuing to engage with the council and with city staff, and of course with community members. So that's my report.
Anyone else? If not, then this meeting is adjourned. Boom.